Welcome to Trove Talk, your weekly gaming and getting to know you podcast. I'm your host, Trevor Starkey from TrevorTrove.com, and joining me this week, I have a very special guest that I've been waiting to do this one with for a while. That is Noelle, Joanna Takegami from KindofFunny.com now.
That's
How are
a
you doing,
weird
Joey?
thing. That's a weird thing to hear. I haven't heard anybody say that yet. But I'm doing really well. Thanks for finally letting me postpone enough and come on so we could talk about some fun stuff that's been in the works.
Yeah, it's a very exciting stuff. It is now public to the world that you are the new community manager for Kind of Funny, for the gents over there. So admins in the Kind of Funny community got to find out a few weeks ago, like right before they all went on hiatus. So we've known for a while, and then just because like we're buddies and I deduced it
Yeah.
like a couple months before that. I've been in the know a little bit longer, and so yeah, we've been talking about. Like I invited you on at one point, and you're like, "Well, I mean, if we wait until January, I'll have more to talk about." And I was like, "Very true, very true." So it's January
Yeah.
now. It is public knowledge that you are the newest addition to the Kind of Funny team. So thank you for
Yeah.
sitting down with me, and I'm looking
Anytime.
forward to this chat.
Yeah, it'll be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if you are new to the show, as I imagine some people will be this week, this is a quote unquote gaming and getting to know you podcast where I invite a friend on and we talk about gaming and I get to know them a little bit more. Typically a very long form show, so we break it out into 4 parts. Part 1, we will talk about kind of my guest's gaming history. Part 2, we will talk about their favorite game. Part 3, we will talk about something completely outside of the gaming sphere, the getting to know you topic, if you will. And then Part 4, we will answer random questions. Today's going to be a little bit different. We're going to have questions scattered throughout because with Joey coming on, we had quite a bit, and they kind of ranged each of the topics that we were going to be touching on today. So I figured we would kind of address them as they came up rather than throwing them all at the end segment. But we'll still have plenty in there as well. Show releases day by day, topic by topic, just like Kind of Funny, because I'm original and a thief. And full episodes go up on YouTube Fridays or on SoundCloud Fridays as well. So without further ado, Joey, tell me a little bit about your gaming history.
Oh man, I feel like this is like historically the longest segment of your podcast from the
Very
ones that I've
true.
watched, and
Very
I feel
true.
like this is going to be the shortest one.
Well, we'll
date.
stretch it out.
Yeah. So growing up, my dad always played games in like varying degrees. Of like I remember playing Duck Hunt with him and Dr. Mario and stuff like when we were super young. But it was never my hobby, and it wasn't. He was like a pretty casual gamer too. As I got older, then my dad was like a PC gamer, so he would be playing like Doom and Quake and all of that stuff, and that genre of game definitely didn't appeal to me at all. It wasn't at all kind of what I liked to play then, or really what I like to play now. Even though I did really like the new Doom that came out, and so I didn't really feel like gaming became like a part of my history until I got an N64 for Christmas one year, and I don't really know why I got one because I don't think I was like super excited about it or like really knew that it was a thing that was happening. Um, I don't think any of my friends had one either. But I just remember opening it and I was like, "Oh, this is cool!" And it came with a bunch of different games. But the one that I was really excited about was Pokemon Snap because like all of my friends and I had Pokemon cards and everything. So I just remember being so excited about that game. And that still to this day is like one of my favorites. Like I'm so excited now that it's on the Wii Virtual Console. And I'm
Yep, that
like
just came out.
debate it's been a long process of like, do I just buy a Wii U to be able to play it? Or
Do you
do I
want to buy a
wait?
$300 Wii U just for Pokemon Snap for $10?
Exactly. Or do I like hold out and like hope that it ends up coming out on Switch or I still haven't come to it. I haven't fully decided what I should do with that. But I haven't bought one yet, so I feel like that is my decision so far.
There's a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
You've got some time before
I
they
know.
start really clamping down and saying, okay, yeah, we're not making any more Wii U's.
Yeah. Well, and it's like kind of been a running joke too of like over the last year, people are like, why don't you stream on Twitch or why don't you do anything like that? It's like, oh, I'm not going to stream on Twitch until they announce Pokemon Snap 2, and that'll be like my entry into the live streaming world. So
Ah.
I have my fingers crossed for that. Not because I necessarily want to stream or do any of that, but because I just really want a Pokemon Snap too. Though with Pokemon Go, I feel like that ship has sailed and probably won't really ever come back. But yeah, I loved Pokemon Snap. And then that's really when I started getting back into gaming of the Tony Hawk games I really liked. GoldenEye, I could not even tell you how many nights we spent doing Mario Kart nights and Mario Party nights, and just me and my two best friends, and they had like a lot of neighbors our age. We would just like pass around the controllers, and that was like a really good memory. After that console, I didn't really play anything, and then I ended up getting a PlayStation 2 because I really wanted Guitar Hero. So that kind of ventured into the more of the like party games of, we had all the Guitar Hero games and we had DDR games. So I remember it came with like a bunch of other games that like I had zero interest in and just like tossed aside. Because at that point in my life, gaming had kind of been like retired and it was more of a fun thing to do with friends. It wasn't something that I spent like a lot of my personal free time on. And so that's kind of like what I had gaming as a long time of like, oh, this is something that we do in groups together as like a party thing. When I went to college, we spent a lot of time in the boys' dorms because we had separate guys and girls' dorms. And they were all like playing Halo and everything like that. So every once in a while I would jump in, but it was more of just like oh, I want to spend time with this cute guy and he's playing Halo. So of course I'm going to jump in, but I was like not very good and still I'm not very good at any of games like that. Any like first person shooters or whatever. So it was like super casually. It would be like me and my best friend Brooke, like both of us in there just like wandering around, looking around. And the guys always liked when we played because we were like easy targets.
As long as you weren't on their team, yeah.
Exactly. Totally. I'm sure it was like a big internal fight of like, okay, one of them has to be on each team, and then that way it's like free game and even.
Who's going to carry Joey? Who's going to carry Brooke?
Exactly. So yeah, that was a very short-lived recreational activity on that end. And then it wasn't really until after college that I started getting back into gaming. I had two friends that I had met, like friends of friends, who were going to the Art Institute for environment art for video games. So we started like hanging out with them more, getting to know them. And every time we would go to their apartment, we would walk into Galen and Jordan's room, and they would have like huge posters of like Kratos, which I didn't know then, but now I know who it was. And
it was probably from one of those games with your PS2 that you'd kind of just thrown aside.
Exactly. And so they obviously, gaming was like a huge part of their lives, and so like little by little we would like kind of be around as they were playing games. I wasn't necessarily participating a whole lot, but I was like, it became like more of a regular thing in my life. And then eventually at one point, we were all hanging out one night and Galen was like, hey, I want to show you something. I was like, okay. So he like pulls up YouTube. I was like, what is this? And he was like, so this guy reviews Oreos. And at first I was like super confused. I'm like, this sounds really dumb. And then my second thought was, there can't be that many different kinds of Oreos. I was like, regular, double stuffed, are there, like, how many are there? And he was like, oh, just you wait. So he sat down, and he must have played like some of like the big funny ones, which I can't remember at the time, probably like the birthday cake Oreo one or something. And we watched like a good few of them. I was like, okay, this is like funny. It's like not, I mean, it is about Oreos, but there's like a comedic element, and I loved the little like sidebar that had the commentary on it. So that was like my first foray into Greg Miller, Game Over Greggy, not quite kind of funny stuff. So it became like a routine of ours that like every time we were at the store, we would like get a new pack of Oreos and watch like the corresponding review for it. So after that, then I'm trying to think of what he showed me after that. After that must have been like a conversation with Colin of like, okay, so the Oreo dude has a friend, and they talk about random topics. So I started into that. And then I think after that, that's when I really started to like dig in, and on my own time would watch like the Greg Ways that used to be done, and I think at this point they had just started Game Over Greggy, so I had like a little bit of a backlog to catch up on. So I started jumping into that content, and that was really great for me, just because it wasn't gaming related, so it was a little bit more relatable. And then slowly but surely, I figured out that they were from IGN, did Podcast Beyond, and at that point I was like invested enough in them as personalities that I was willing to give that stuff more of a chance, even though I didn't really know much about the topic at hand. But I guess there's always those tangents that kind of bring you back in.
Oh, I didn't like. I never. So I was listening to Unlocked years before I was like playing anything on Xbox, just because I was interested in like the people from IGN who were on that show.
Yeah, exactly. So then, that started to open up my world a little bit more to games, and so at that point, the guys would like have things like Resogun playing and Rocket. I think maybe Rocket League at that time. I remember that being like one of the bigger things that like kind of got me back into gaming. And then I started, because I was listening to so much gaming content, I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. And it opened up my eyes to, it's not just first person shooters and these party games. There's all of these now story based and story narrative driven games that are around. And I was like, I could totally get into those. So I've only had like a current gen console for like the last year. Got one for my birthday last year. So this year's been really fun of jumping into it and seeing like, wow, there has like been a ton of growth and movement within the gaming industry, and kind of finding like what I like, and alongside of like the games that I should play because they're just good and everybody should play them. So it's been like a really fun year of jumping back into it. I was just home for Christmas and like obviously talking with my family a lot about like all this new stuff that's happening. And especially like for my parents, they're like, this is so weird because this was nothing you were ever into when you lived at home. And so they're like, we don't even know who you are anymore. And I think that's a lot of people who are in my life of like, up until like a year or two ago, this was not anything that was like we associated with you at all. This was not one of your hobbies or anything like that. But it's been really fun to rediscover it and jump back in. Like, I'm having a lot of fun playing Stardew Valley right now, and it's taken up a whole lot of my time, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah,
it's sitting in my cart on PSN right now. Of like, do I pull the trigger and buy it again and dive back in while we're waiting for games to come out this year? Probably. It's probably gonna happen. No, it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, and it's one of those funny things too of like, I never played like Harvest Moon games or anything like that. Like, I had a Game Boy, and I feel like the only thing I really ever played on it was Tetris, because Tetris is awesome. But like, I didn't get super deep into like Nintendo stuff. But then once I finally figured out like the mechanics and how everything worked and like objectives and stuff like that, I was like, shoot, I've put a lot of time into this. Do I just start over because I know now what I'm supposed to be doing? I was like, no, I can't do that.
I've done that many times in. Like, even with something like Stardew Valley, where as somebody who's played Harvest Moon, I know exactly what, like, my intent and objectives are going to be. And then I get through, like, the first season, I'm like, I could have done that season so much better. And I could have made so much more money. Do I go back, or do I just keep plugging through?
And it's like, I still haven't figured out the whole, like, fishing part of it. Like, I'm perfectly fine just, like, farming and mining. And I'm like, I feel like I should be doing that. But there's just so many things to do.
Indeed, yeah. Great. So you mentioned, real quick, I just want to kind of go back. You mentioned that you got into Pokemon with the Pokemon card game.
Yeah.
Did you, were you playing like Game Boy or like, nope.
Nope, just the cards.
Awesome. That's because like nearly every guest that's been on the show has been like, oh yeah, and this was my first Pokemon. And so it's fascinating that like Pokemon Snap you got into, like I assume you at least watched the show?
Yeah. So it was mostly just my two best friends, Brittany and Michelle, they were like huge on collecting the cards. So that was more of like the game of like, oh, we have to get everything, more so than like, and I was all about like, this one's pink and pretty, and I like the way that this one looks, and this one's really cute, and that's why still to this day I like the Eevees, because they're just so cute. And so that was the fun part about Pokemon Snap, is that you didn't really have to know anything about the characters themselves. You're just like taking pictures of them and figuring out like how to get the best pictures. And so yeah, it has. I know I have like, it has a special place in my heart, but for a completely different reason than most people.
No, that's great. I love it.
Yeah.
Because yeah, and so we touched on a little bit how you fall on the spectrum. You're much more of a Nick Scarpino in the Kind of
Oh
Funny
yeah.
family, in that like gaming really isn't your thing. You've dabbled, but it's
Yeah.
you're much more in the kind of pop culture side of things like Nick
Yeah.
is. And like we can leave Tim, Greg, and Colin to be kind of the gaming centric personalities.
Yeah.
So yeah, we knew that was coming. So I figured this could also kind of be the like, well, let's talk about how you got your new role as community manager. So um, you've already kind of touched on a little bit of how you got into Kind of Funny with the Oreo orations and the conversation with Colin and stuff. When did you start getting really like community involved?
I didn't start getting community involved until after Kind of Funny 1. So when the boys rebranded as Kind of Funny, I didn't really understand like the weight of what that meant since I wasn't really super deep into the gaming community at that point. But the guys that had introduced me to them, I remember we had like a group thread that day and we were texting about like, and they were like freaking out, like, oh my gosh, this is a huge deal. Like, this is like a game changer.
Do you mean when they rebranded or when they left
Oh,
IGN?
sorry, when they left
Okay.
for IGN, or when they left IGN. And I was like, oh, that, okay. It's like, it's cool.
I mean, to give you my perspective on that day, like I didn't do any work that day. I just was glued to Twitter and Twitch and anything they were doing because I was like, what? Because I had just met Greg and Colin for the first time at PSX a month earlier.
That's right.
And I had actually myself just started like diving into the Kind of Funny stuff and like was going through a few of the like more recent episodes, including like the one where they had rebranded from Game Over Greggy to Kind of Funny.
Got it.
Like that was I was catching up on that like basically on my winter break. And so like to come back first like work day of the new year or something like that, and all these guys that I've known from IGN for years are gone and are doing their own thing. I'm like, oh damn, what?
This is a big deal.
Just went and like quote unquote jumped ship to just follow them all day.
Yeah.
And yeah, just like did almost nothing at work. Like I look back on the day, I'm like, why was I even there? I should have just gone home sick or something. But
Yeah.
I mean, nobody cared. I got away with like doing nothing at work that day, so it was nice. But yeah, it was so that is kind of like, and I imagine I'm not alone in that experience where like I needed to know everything that I could about what they were doing, what this new to me, what Patreon was, and kind of like I created a Twitch login that day. I think.
Totally.
So yeah, it was certainly kind of a big milestone moment. But I could definitely appreciate that if you hadn't been following them for years or anything, then it's just like, this is weird. This is just another day.
Yeah. Well, from my perspective, I was like stoked. I get more content from these guys because it was like at that point I was like, I really like this Game Over Greggy show, but it comes out it's like in a couple hours once a week. I'm like, I could like at that point I had like blown through the backlog of all the other stuff that they had done. It's like, okay, like I'm totally down for this daily show. So it was that same thing of like, I think I had logged into Twitch like a couple times before because like Greg, I think was streaming on his like personal account like over Christmas break, and I was like, oh, this is fun. I like this. And so I remember watching the stream that day and being really excited. And I'm like, oh, this cute dog is here, and like this is gonna be great. I get to see Porty all the time. And then at that point, I think I was like supporting them on Patreon too. And I didn't really watch a ton of Colin and Greg live just because it's like in the middle of the work day and that's like kind of awkward. I can't just like throw that on all the time. And I was also really intimidated by the chat just because everything moved so fast and it's a lot. It's super overwhelming if you've never really like jumped into Twitch or something before. So I was like a lurker in the background if I ever had it on, just like had it up in the background as I was working and stuff like that. And then when they announced Kind of Funny Live 1, I was like, yes, going. So I roped in one of the boys and we decided to go up to San Francisco for the weekend. And that was like a game changer of, I didn't do any of the community events. I didn't even really talk to anyone. Like we had an interaction at Kind of Funny Live 1, but it was like a, hey, I recognize you, I know you, but we didn't like have any sort of conversation really.
Yeah.
And I think was it, you weren't sitting next to us. You weren't sitting with like Sean and Alex,
No,
were you?
Sean and Alex were over there. I was over on House Right with I
Okay.
was sitting next to like Gerald Pennington. I think that's his name.
Okay.
But yeah, I was like they kind of sat down over there and I sat down over on that side and I was like, "Oh, well, bye guys.
Yeah.
I'll see you at the drink breaks."
Yeah, exactly. And
But yeah,
so
I came over, like what I remember at least is I came over and was like visiting with them like in the pre-show or something.
mhm.
At one point we took a picture and then you were sitting like right around them, and that was
Yeah.
like that was the our moment where it was like I had seen you on either in Facebook or on Twitter or something that
Yeah.
day, and I was like, I know Joey's here and like I know
Mhm.
the name, and I pieced that all together. But yeah, we hadn't really. I don't think interacted too much. But like I saw you, I was like Joey,
Yeah.
and then yeah, we were just kind of whisked away to our separate worlds again.
Totally. And kind of funny as a whole was it's always been really interesting for me because it's been my first like experience with online communities and I didn't really know how to handle it at first. I'm like, this is cool that there's all these people that are like into the same like group of people that I'm into, but also weird because I'm like, how does being friends with internet people work? Because this has been against everything I've ever been taught growing up
This
of
is
like
the opposite of
strangers on
stranger
the internet.
danger.
Exactly. I'm like, how do I what is this weird?
No,
No, but everyone's cool.
same way. I hadn't talked to anybody in person. Like I went to the first PlayStation experience, didn't
Mm-hmm.
talk to a single person at that event. Went to Kind of Funny Live, not expecting to talk to anybody. I was like, I'm gonna like maybe go see the sights around San Francisco
Yeah.
and enjoy that, and then I'm gonna go and do the Gamescast after the event, and that'll be cool.
That's
And that's
right, I
like
forgot
that's why I'm here. And then yeah, just like hooked up with Sean and then Alex, and then it just kind of blossomed out from there, and like completely took me by surprise and by storm. So yeah, but I could totally appreciate the like navigating those waters is weird.
Yeah. And like the guy that I was with, like he is a kind of funny fan and stuff like that, but isn't super involved in the community. And then I ended up running into friends from college that I didn't know that her husband was into kind of funny at the time. And so I like ran into them in line. And so we ended up hanging out with them all night. So it was like, it was fun because it was like I was hanging out with people that I actually knew, but then I was like very interested in like looking around of like, oh yeah, like I know Trevor. Sean was sitting next to us, and he and I had some conversations before then, so I knew him. And like I remember seeing Nikki because I had known her from her like lipstick nerds stuff. Like I remembered that being familiar, and so it was just so funny. Like what I would love to do, which in some alternate reality is like recreate that event and see who was there, but as our current
That
selves.
now you know.
Yeah, and I think it would be so funny to be like, man, they were all these people that I'm now friends with that I had no idea were at this event. I just think it would be funny to see like the evolution of all of our relationships and kind of funny the community as a whole of
Yeah, no,
like,
definitely. Even a month later, when I was back for the Beyond or the IGN house party Beyond 400 and Unlock 200, I remember seeing a video after that event that was like a cool little like fan made video of like just everybody hanging out in line and at things and stuff. And then fast forward to PSX where I meet Christian and like piece together like because he's doing the same thing at PSX and
Yeah.
piece together that he was the one who had done the Beyond video, and was like, you were there. I'm in your video. Like I
Yeah.
see myself there. Like we clearly kind of met and were in the same circles, but we didn't. Yeah, it was that. So yeah, exactly. That kind of like looking back at who was at the first Kind of Funny Live, because it was such a different beast than
Yeah.
everything that's come since. And seeing and like I mean, seeing in. It was really cool seeing throughout like the next few months in the Facebook group, because pretty much all of us made our profile pictures the picture with the Kind of Funny guys.
Yeah.
And so it was like, oh, they were there, awesome. Like so that's cool. We have that as kind of like a like we were both at Kind of Funny Live.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was certainly a that would be a very weird like thought experiment, and I'm sure you could probably do it now, because I'm sure you could probably like look and see in like
what?
some kind of report file or something who was at the first Kind of Funny Live.
Yeah.
And be
That'd
like,
be
holy
so
shit,
weird.
they were there.
Yeah. And it's just, yeah, it would be so crazy just to, it's like, man, I wish I would have been more outgoing or more like, but it's also hard because like that's not how things worked back then. Like the community was still very much like in its embryonic state of figuring out what we are and how we interact with each other and stuff like that. So I don't think that we could have done anything any different. I think it had to be like a natural evolution of figuring out what our priorities are and stuff like that.
Oh, absolutely. I was like, this is a weird little tangent, but I was thinking just the other day, like, occasionally we'll see in the group somebody will post, like, what would you tell your, like, 18-year-old self? Mm-hmm. And my response has been recently, like, start writing about video games now. And then but I think about, like, all of the friends I've made in the last 2 years and how different my journey would be if I had started, like, trying to get into the video game industry a decade ago. And like all of the people that I wouldn't know and wouldn't be like my best friends in the world because of that, because I would be potentially, you know, quote unquote further along in the trajectory or something. So I'm like, you know what? No, like you do you, 18-year-old Trevor. Like it all works out just fine. You do it like you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, you figure out your path and you do it, and like you wouldn't have if you had started at 18 on like the path that you wanted to, you would have missed out on a ton of life experiences that now are giving you an advantage at this point and stuff like that. Like things definitely do fall into place, but just a little bit differently, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been 5, sometimes 6 best friends gathering around that table, but you know, who knows?
Who knows? I know. You can only speculate so much about the unknown.
Yeah.
But yeah, so after Kind of Funny Live 1, that's when I like really started to dig into stuff. Like I started doing more of the Twitch chat. I started posting more regularly in the Facebook group, being more active on Twitter, following like people that I had met through. Like I feel like most of them were Twitch in the Facebook group at that point because the forums were still kind of figuring out what they were. And yeah, just kind of jumping in. Like the first couple of times I remember on Twitch, like it just being like, I'm just going to jump in and say hi or jump into these random conversations and hope that somebody responds and is okay with that. And like Gwen Stacy Lives, Melanie, in real life, was one of
who I thought was named Gwen for the longest time.
I know. Well, and like also not being really part of like the nerd culture. I was like, Gwen Stacy, that's totally her name, not realizing that it's a Spider-Man character. So I was like, dang it. But she was like one of the first people I remember like meeting and talking to a lot in Twitch chat. She was always super, super nice and inviting and like talking to me and stuff like that. And so she was a big reason that like I stayed in that Twitch community and kind of jumped in more. And then like slowly but surely some things happened. Like I would get into Colin and Greg Live like a little bit early and there would be a community of people talking there. And so then we would all get there earlier and earlier, and then pretty soon it's like, oh, if I jump in at any time before Colin and Greg Live, like I have this smaller group of people where chat's not moving as fast, where you can have like cool conversations and get to know people that way. And then jumping into the Facebook group and making an effort to like post things and respond to other people's stuff. That helped a lot. And then through both of those avenues, following people on Twitter, having conversations that way. And those are, I feel like, the more unfiltered conversations of like stream of consciousness tweeting of the most random thoughts that you have. And I feel like those are like, we connect initially because of our commonalities. And then it's like you have this other varied interest that we would have no way of knowing otherwise. And we connect on that level too. So through all of that, it's so weird to think because it seems like so long ago, but it's really not. So I'm trying to remember like at what point things kind of came together. I think it was also around that summer. Maybe it was RTX. Maybe it must have been an RTX panel, but they live streamed it. And I think it was a Game Over Greggy show with Gus. And they were talking about stuff. And at that point, they were obviously kind of funny. And the whole like let's play thing wasn't in play, but they were talking to Gus about Kind of Funny as RTX being like a few months ahead, or a few years, obviously decades almost ahead of them in the process, and them kind of liking that same community model that they have of like, okay, what do you think are the next things that we should do if we want to follow in your footsteps? And Gus said like, you guys need to hire like back end people to help take some stuff off your plate so you guys can focus on like the creative content vision kind of things. And I was like, I I like that. Like, what could I do to help with this? So I remember,
I like that because Gus and I have basically told them the exact same thing.
Yeah.
But Gus, I didn't need a bottle broken over my head to get that information or to give them that information because that was like after I did the games cast, we went and had dinner as is part of like the package with that, and we were talking because this was right after the first Kind of Funny Live, and so I was like, from my perspective as somebody who like went to school in business and stuff. I was like, next steps are a studio, a community manager, and a business manager. When I don't know when those are for you guys, I don't know your financials or anything, but those would be kind of what the next things I would take off the list, so you can get all of those other hurdles off of your plate, and you guys can focus on what makes you guys great,
exactly,
and not have to do these other things that you're not as passionate about or don't care as much about, just because somebody needs to do them. So I appreciate that Gus, like having never really seen a Rooster Teeth thing, Gus and I had come to the same conclusion.
Yeah. So at that point I was like, because I work currently, I work in higher education, so I do like half accounting and half communication management. I was like, those are both things that a company would need at some point. So I think I must have like sent them an email and wrote out a whole thing and like sent my resume unprovoked and just sent it off and like never heard back because I'm sure they get thousands of people that do that. But that is what started to get my wheels turning of like, maybe there's something in this industry that I would like to do as like a career. So at that point, I had met Christine Steimer at Kind of Funny Live 1 and like kind of figured out that community management was a thing. And so I shot her a message on the forums, on the Kind of Funny forums, and was like, hey, like I have these questions about community management. Do you mind like answering them? And she like didn't know that she had an inbox on the forums because nobody knew how the forums worked at that point. So it took her like a while to get back to me. She's like, sorry, I didn't even know that these are here. And she like answered all of my questions about like what kind of steps I could take and how I could figure out if that's a career path I wanted to do, and was super great about like answering a lot of my questions, because one of my big questions was like, I know that I'm at a severe disadvantage for a position like this in general, not specific with Kind of Funny, because I don't play video games. And she's like, yeah, you're gonna like probably need to work on that a little bit. So she gave me some like pointers and directions for that. But that kind of started my path of wanting to do that as potentially as a career. So one of the big things that she told me, she's like, you just kind of need to like jump into a community and start doing things and figuring out if that's what you like. So at that point I had become more involved in, obviously like the Facebook group and Twitch and the forum. So I started to kind of dive in a little bit more, both because I wanted to get to know people, but I also wanted to know, like, I did want to know, like, if this is part of community management, is this something that I'm interested in? Shortly after that, Christine quit PlayStation and started to do her own Steimer Says YouTube channel and Patreon and stuff like that. So during her first stream, I like hopped into chat, like right when she was starting, and she like modded me, and she was like, so this is like a shot for you to figure out if this is what you want to do. She's like, I'd love the help. And she's like, and it'll give you some experience to figure out if this is what you like. So that's that. It's funny. I had like just messaged her, like thanking her for all of this just a couple days ago. But that was like that's where things started to fall into place of like, I got the experience of like, this is what moderating a chat is like. And this is how you like work with broadcasters and, doing like social media and promotion stuff for her. Obviously she does it too, but like, those were the steps, and that was also like, I think a lot of how I got on people's radar for Kind of Funny stuff of, oh yeah, Joey works or is helping out Christine a lot like that, and that gave me a lot of credibility. I think when applying to be a forums moderator, which was like the first thing that I started to do in the Kind of Funny community, they had opened up applications because they had some support moderator positions open, so I applied and then ended up getting one of the moderator positions for specifically the Kind of Funny section of it. So that's like all of their content, Gamescast, Colin Greg Live, all of that stuff. And then after that, shortly thereafter, I was contacted to be a Facebook group moderator. And then right around Extra Life is when I joined the Twitch moderating team. So it was all like in a pretty short period of time that I hopped in to all of these different communities and got to see like how each one of them fills a different need of the forums are like definitely a lot more structured and are better for like long form conversation and like event planning because it is such an easy platform to like search and use versus Facebook is really great for like super casual conversations and like in the moment announcements and stuff like that because it's so fun and it's moving so fast.
Yeah, something you're not going to be able to find a day from now.
Exactly. It's like this is not the thing to start planning for Kind of Funny Live 2 or like doing a community event because everything just gets buried so fast. And then Twitch was interesting because it is like the live streaming, like very interactive, getting to bond with people. Sorry, my computer keeps sliding on. But so yeah, I found like all three of these different communities that I was able to jump into and kind of learned the back end of like, it is really cool to do all this, but it's also a lot of work and it's hard and you have to have a lot of like not fun conversations. And so that was definitely like an eye opener of like, I knew that it was going to be hard work, but I think I underestimated like how much work it would be, especially doing all three. So it definitely took a while to like balance out and figure out how they all worked. But after putting in like a ton of time, like it's something that I still love to do. And I'm really lucky that I get to work with such amazing teams that we have set up for Kind of Funny. But that was all of those things happening at once were kind of like okay, this is what I would like to do for a career. And like my end goal was always working for Kind of Funny, but I never thought that that's where I would start. I always figured I would like work for some like either in games development or something, maybe like a media position, and then get some experience kind of under my belt, and then maybe I'd get, by the time that I had all of that, Kind of Funny would be able or open to hiring a community manager. And so that brings us probably around to the time that we started planning for Kind of Funny Live 2. We all assumed that it was happening. It didn't get announced till a little bit later. But there was a group of us that had talked about like, okay, like we want to make, oh no, I guess we'll backtrack. First, before all this, is we went to PSX and it was in San Francisco. So that was, I think, another big event for me and for the community of another place for all of us to come together and hang out. Pretty much Kind of Funny centric. Like I feel like the PlayStation circle and the Kind of Funny circle are in the Venn diagram are pretty much overlapped.
Yeah, we always joke that like PSX is basically like the Kind of Funny 0.5 show of the year.
Exactly.
So like 2.5, 1.5.
Mm-hmm. And so for the longest time, I wasn't going to be able to go because I had a wedding like the Saturday night of that weekend.
Yeah, you need to stop like scheduling those weddings on horrible times.
This is
Tell
not
your friends
my fault.
I mean, well, you keep agreeing to go to them. So
I know, but their weddings are important. I like to celebrate with people. Yeah. But then it was like through Twitter, it was like you and I feel like Alex and Sean and Nikki all talking about PSX. And eventually at one point I was like, fine, I'll just buy a Sunday ticket. So I did. And I was like, okay, I figured it out that like if I left right after the wedding and I didn't stay for the reception and I like booked it and drove from Orange County to San Francisco, I could like make it in time for the after party that they were doing. So that's exactly what I did. And like, I think that was like the first thing that like my current friends noticed of like, I had like pulled away because obviously being involved in all these things takes up a lot of your free time. And so I wasn't being as like social with my friends. And this was like the first thing that I had done where they were like, oh, maybe this is like a real thing for her of like, this is a priority if she's going to be like leaving this wedding early to go to San Francisco to meet up with all these random internet people because I don't really get the internet community thing either.
Oh yeah, no, I mean like thinking back on that, because I was totally one of those people that was badgering you on Twitter like, yeah, screw your friend's wedding.
I know.
It'll happen again, they'll be fine. And telling you to go and like as you're talking about it, I'm like, oh, I wasn't even thinking about other friends that she had.
Yeah, no, totally. It's like my roommates and stuff like that and people that I've known for years of like, what are you doing? Who are you? Okay. Like, they're wonderful and supportive. But I think at the time they were still trying to figure out, like, what is she doing?
Yeah. It's weird because I'm acutely aware of, like, how I basically traded in my theater friends for this community, and so like I never see them anymore. So
Yeah.
the fact that like I was like oblivious to the fact that like, oh yeah, like she's potentially picking other friends over or picking us over other friends.
Yeah.
And like I don't know why it didn't cross my mind, because I knew I was picking like this group of friends over other friends every time.
Yeah, and I think it's easier now. I think then it was hard to justify it because I hadn't spent like very much time with in person a lot of the Kind of Funny community. It was very much like our interactions at Kind of Funny Live one of like, oh, I remember seeing Trevor and we like said hi, but I'd never spent like any significant time with anybody in person. So that's why I think PSX was like super important because of that. I like booked it to San Francisco. I drove way too fast. Sorry, Mom, if you're listening to this. And Dad, blame Dad for the lead foot that I have. But I made it there like in time to make like the second half of the meet and greet. And like at that point, like the line to meet the guys was like crazy. And like I didn't even care because I was excited just to like hang out with everybody. So that's, I feel like, the first time that like I couldn't even tell you like everybody that I met that night. But it was really fun. Like, remember, yeah, like you and Kaylee and Nikki and Alex and Danny and Damien and like all of these different people. It was like internet friends in real life. And then it was like, it was really, it was nice for me of like, oh yeah, that these relationships that we had built on the internet did transfer completely to in person. Because that was always like in the back of my mind of like, it's really easy to be like friends with someone in 140 characters or in a Facebook post, but then to meet online and see that everything transfers, that was always like the X factor.
Yeah.
And it was like the easiest thing ever. Like we had all of these like built-in commonalities to talk about, and it was still fun to like get to know what individual things we all had in common. So that was like a really fun night. I ended up running into the same friends that I knew from college that I ran into Kind of Funny Live 1. They were at the meet and greet because they're San Francisco local. And they were like, and I was going to drive back to my grandma's house, which was like 45 minutes south of the city. And they were like, we just live in Emeryville. Come stay with us. I was like, okay.
Nice.
So I ended up just like crashing in Emeryville with them. And then we took Barton to the actual show the next day. And like I had missed the Kind of Funny panel, I think, and stuff like that because that was all on Saturday.
Yeah, because the panels are Saturday. Yep.
Yeah, and I guess Sunday is like a lower key day anyway, so it was just like walking around and hanging out and talking with people, and like we would sit in front of the PlayStation stage as like Greg was doing trivia, and they had the pseudo meet and greet that kind of happened just by the escalator and stuff like that. So it was fun to get to like meet more people and have conversations and kind of start a lot of those relationships. And then it probably wasn't until we went to ramen that night, we had like a small group of people that went out, that's like, oh, like this is what it's like in a smaller group of like actually getting to have more intentional one-on-one conversations with people and getting to know people on a little bit of a deeper level instead of just like the fun, crazy conversations we have as a group. That I was like, okay, like I kind of have like a feeling for how this whole thing works. And then after that, I feel like that's when everything kind of started to gel for me, at least. After that, we kind of jumped into like, and initially everyone's like, okay, so PSX, everybody's leaving, everybody's really sad, so we have to plan the next time that we're going to see each other, which is obviously going to be Kind of Funny Live 2, assuming that they do it. I think we all kind of knew, like, I don't think they could not do it after, like, how successful the first one was and how much everybody loved it and how much they blew us out of the water with what they ended up producing as that show. So I think that was always like on the horizon of like, okay, at least we have like a tentative idea of when we're going to get to see each other again. And then as soon as they announced the date, there was like a group of us that were like, okay, we want to get there early and we want to start planning community events outside of Kind of Funny. So if like we're all going to be in town, we should hang out. And so there was a crew of us that started planning stuff, which is weird to me that I don't know how you were not in that crew. Like now looking back, I don't know what happened.
I mean, as I understand it, because since I became known not because I was really active in the community so much so as like I was just on the show,
Yeah.
and then like because I'm much more like, especially on Facebook, I'm much more of a lurker. Like I don't open up threads all that much, but I will like comment every now and then. But for the most part, like even before I was an admin, it was just like I would see stuff, I would click the like button every now and then, and maybe like chime in. So I think it was like part that, and then part like because I was doing my like writing every day and stuff.
Yeah.
I think there was like this notion of like, I don't think Trevor really wants to do this, or he's too busy to do this stuff.
Trevor is like
and
a
so
real
I think,
adult.
I mean, yeah, that's also certainly a factor. Like Trevor has a real job, and so I don't know if like we want to waste his time with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it was the kind of thing I certainly also didn't want to like push and be like, oh hey, I would say if there's anything I can do to help, I think that was like my go-to when I would see stuff kind of, but I didn't push it further than that. You guys seem to have like everything well under control. So, in the little like write-up thing, about you that I did that I'll link in the description, I talk about how like that, like at Kind of Funny Live too, I showed up and I retweeted stuff because I knew I had like a little bit of a bigger Twitter following, to kind of like, boost the signal a little bit. But that was, that was all you guys and the great like work and coordination that you guys did in figuring out like what places are good to hit and just coming up with like things like Alcatraz and Pier 39 and stuff.
Yeah. So that was, it's so funny to like look back and like even that wasn't that long ago. It was less than a year ago.
Yeah.
But it seems like everything just keeps moving so fast. So yeah, we all started planning that stuff, started coordinating of like who was coming in when and how we wanted to do that. And it was good and bad that I feel like that it was on the holiday weekend we had a little bit more time to do it, but then it was more expensive. So we're trying to keep that in mind too. And then we ended up with like a good feed of like things to do. And, then at that point it was just like waiting until we could all hang out again. And so that's where I feel like social media has been really great of like filling those gaps and keeping us in contact fairly easily in between the times that we do get to see each other. And then, Kind of Funny Live 2 was like the craziest week I think I've had in quite some time. Of just like, I showed up on Wednesday night. You guys went to Underdogs, I think. A few of us went to go get ramen. And then like the moment I got here, I was hit the ground running of, there's all these people to see that I don't get to see that often, so I want to see all of them. We have to figure out where to go with these giant groups of us, because San Francisco is not the easiest place to accommodate large groups for really anything.
No, it kind of sucks for us in that as we continue to grow by leaps
exactly,
and bounds.
And that's like a lot of that'll be something we have to figure out too. And then so we had really a great slate of things that we were able to do. The Alcatraz tour, Pier 39 was great just because it is like a big open area where people can break off but then come back together and meet. Thursday night we went to the Foundry, which is like the cool venue that I'd never been to before. That's video games and stuff like that. So that was fun. I don't think any of us actually played anything. I think we just use it as like a venue to hang out.
Yeah, it was the Foundry game night. Big old warehouse in San Francisco.
Yeah,
for
has
those
a
that
bar, which is great.
It's bar.
Bar plus open area and video games is like
exactly
perfect.
They'll have like video games. You can play like N64 Mario Kart projected on a giant wall. That kind of stuff. Street Fighter, just tons of games. But also like, I mean, at least because I didn't make it to the Foundry night that night. But the last time I'd been there was a Foundry night that I went to, and there was like even like in the entryway, it's like you can play board games, or they had like VR or something that people could like try
Rock
out
Band,
so,
like all sorts of stuff.
Absolutely.
And then the next day we all did a tour IGN and had like lunch before that. And I think a lot of people ended up at like a last minute tour at GameSpot.
Yep.
So that was fun. And then Friday night we had Alfredo Diaz, which is a close friend of Kind of Funny. He was putting together a dinner for all of his subs, since a lot of his supporters are also Kind of Funny fans. So we did like a group dinner there, and then we all went to go see X-Men, which was just something.
I always talk about how the 20th Century Fox logo got the biggest hit of that showing, and like the handful of non Kind of Funny people that were in that audience that night had to be like, why is everybody laughing at this?
Yeah, like uncontrollable giggling, just you could hear it like rippling throughout the crowd of like, why is this so funny? And then it's like, oh, every day in Colin and Greg Live we hear that stupid recorder cover. And it's funny to experience things like that in a group of people, because I imagine that's like when people do showings of like Rocky Horror and everybody has the same inside jokes and knows what to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was funny to do that. So then we did that. And then Saturday before the show, a bunch of us got together at this like food truck place to hang out and just like eat and stuff like that. And like by the time that was over, like I was exhausted, and I think I was talking with Amy at that point of like, we haven't even gone to the show yet, and we're already like so tired. But that was like the cool part.
The birth of Kinda Honeys happened at that. At
with
Thomas, that food truck.
Coining that term.
I was away from that because I was over recording with our friend Barrett. I was doing some Let's Plays with him over on the other side of town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was like the funny part of being like, man, we have done so much and I've seen so many people. We haven't even gone to the thing that we all bought tickets to come here for. Yeah. So yeah, shortly thereafter, everybody started to head over in line, which like waiting in line for hours and hours is not my favorite thing, but doing it with this group of people is really fun. If I'm going to be stuck waiting in line outside with people, it's going to be the ones that I love, and because we don't get to see each other that often, it is like quality time we get to spend together and talk and stuff like that. So we were out there for a while.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun in that line, just because like we would take turns and somebody would save spots, and then like some of us would just kind of go and like meet other people that we either seen or like we would just kind of like walk the line a little bit, like and people were handing out water and stuff. People ordered pizza to the line. It was like ton of fun, and just kind of it was a great chance. So like I didn't want to just be locked to like the 10 people who were around me, and it was or like me being over on the VIP side, I wanted to go and visit with friends who were on the general admission side of things. So that was when we had ample time to do it because we were all there like 4, 5, 6 hours early or whatever.
Yeah, just so crazy. And then it was the show of like I was VIP with you, so we got in a little bit early and checked out merch and started like just hung out with people, and it was crazy. Like that was way more than I expected the show to be, and it was fun to get to have people to experience that with, like in a bigger way this year. Of like we had our crew of everyone that was like standing together, and it was a totally different experience this year than going the first year of.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I loved it. And then the second day was awesome too. Totally different vibe with like a lot of the Rooster Teeth people. Of like I had just recently gotten into Rooster Teeth, so I knew enough and had listened to the podcast that I was interested. But that day, I feel like even for me too, was more about like hanging out with people, and like we were listening to the podcast, but we were also like talking in the back and all sorts of stuff like that. And then did we do anything Sunday else? Anything else on Sunday?
Well, so Saturday night afterwards, we went. There was a bar thing at the Marriott.
Oh no, that was Sunday.
Was it Sunday?
Yeah, it was after the last day.
Okay, I thought it was a Saturday night thing, and we did. I could go through my own recaps, I'm sure, and figure it out.
Yeah, that's what it was. Because I was trying. We did something, but I couldn't remember what. But yeah, then we went to the Marriott and had like kind of like a last goodbye thing that Greg ended up coming to. He was really great. He came to like a lot of the community events that we had set up, and Gia had popped into some of them and stuff too. So it was fun to have like an extension of Kinda Funny there, if some of the Kinda Funny guys could show up.
Because Gia was much neglected with Tim like working on everything, so she was game to come hang out with us. I told him that after the fact. I was like, hey, it was really cool of Gia to like come and hang out with us all week. Like she is just adorable and awesome in all sorts of ways.
Well, and especially because like she's from San Francisco, that's her home. Like she has her whole life there. Like she could have, I'm sure, spent it with other friends and stuff like that. So it was really cool that she came out to spend time with us, and like she went to brunch with like a few of us one morning, and like then came to the food truck thing, and I'm like, wow, like she's really cool. She didn't have to do this at all, but she is really like she was really excited to get to meet all of these people. Same thing of like people she'd interact with on Twitter and stuff like that. So that was fun. But yeah, we did the Marriott, and it's so funny because like I don't think we ever expect everybody to come to the things that we plan, and we should know better by now. So we can use that for next year. But it was just like we ended up taking over the whole bar and like the whole back area, and
well, but part of it, like think about all of the people that were at the event, and then like and then think of the people who were at the Marriott. Like there were 1,200 people at the event, and only like 50 to 100 of them showed up
That's
for
true.
like Marriott stuff, or for like even Pier 39. Like there are a lot of people that do go and just go to the Kind of Funny stuff.
Yeah.
They're not really interested in coming and hanging out with us. And so it's a weird, I mean, it is certainly a growing group of people, kind of at every event, but it's like I felt that kind of the first at the first Kind of Funny Live, where it was like I'd been hanging out with, like 40 people basically, for the 2 or 3 days beforehand at like our little impromptu community events and stuff. And then to think about the 450 people that were there, was like, what have all of you been doing the rest of this week? Like, we've all been like bonding. Me. And so it was like, I definitely still felt that same kind of sense of there is like the Kind of Funny fan base is a giant thing, and then there are a significantly smaller chunk that go to the events, and then there's like a really tiny smidgen that is like those of us crazies who are like making like friends for life and doing these kinds of extra things together. And it's like, it's great, and it's certainly growing. Like, it went from being 40 that first year to like 100 of us, going to Alfredo's dinner or Pier 39 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's still a small chunk of like the big total piece of the pie.
Totally. And it's also like there are a lot of people that are super involved in the community that like haven't met any other Kind of Funny fans like in person, like haven't met Gwen Stacy Lives yet, but she is one of the people that like we check in very regularly and stuff like that.
Brandon,
so I don't want people
to shout out to Brandon, who does the same kind of thing. He got into the Twitch chat the same kind of way you did, where he like shows up and visits a little bit before the show. He reached out after Kind of Funny Live 2, and that was kind of his origin story with the community. So shout out to him being another one that like we haven't gotten to meet, but hopefully will this year. Yeah,
exactly. It's like, if you're not able to come to these events and stuff like that, there are definitely still ways to like get involved and to be a part of this community and forge those relationships and stuff like that. So I don't want anybody to think that like they don't come to the live events, that they're not a significant part of the community. Because there's a ton of people, like Fiona I've never met, but we've podcasted about Gilmore Girls and stuff like that, and she's one of our Facebook admins. She's co-captaining Extra Life this year with Lauren. So like coming to these live events is not at all like a requirement to like jump into this community.
Oh yeah, and
which sometimes I think is how it looks, and I can totally see why.
Yeah, the first Sunday admin post we did in the Facebook group, I kind of addressed that of I get the perception, but we're never trying to be like exclusionary. It's just like there are a group of us that have made questionable life decisions and decided to drop lots of money to go to these events instead of like saving up for a down payment for a house or something like that. Not that my parents ever bug me for that ever at all, ever.
Every day of life.
But yeah, that's what I'm very fortunate in that I'm in a comfortable enough position with my work life that I can kind of afford to make those trips, and I prioritize it because it isn't like I long since stopped going to these things for Kind of Funny. I'm going to see my friends, and I'm going to see you. I'm going to see Alex, and Nikki and everybody, because like that, it is it's great that we get to talk to each other, all the time through social media these days. But it is that like face-to-face time that we get. I mean, again, as I always joke, like even me doing this show is selfishly just me wanting to visit with friends and catch up with friends and forcing myself to do it on a weekly basis, because otherwise I would just kind of hide behind the keyboard and not. So so going to those events gets me out of the house, gets me out of that, and so it's totally not for everybody, and I appreciate that, and I don't think less of people in the community that can't make it to these events. But it's so when I'm saying like it goes from this big group to this little group and then to this tinier group, that's not like importance or anything. That's just the scope of like we are just kind of a tiny fraction of the larger Kind of Funny community.
It's just
and
math.
I think sometimes it's easy to kind of overlook that or forget that when we are seeing the same people at a lot of these events time and time again, and when it is like when we have made kind of such strong friendships in it, like it is important to remember that there is a much wider community outside of us.
Totally.
So yeah, Kind of Funny Live 2. You guys like killed it in all the planning stuff. And then the last little event thing we had was that Monday, like goodbye at the park.
Yeah, which I wasn't even at.
You were? Oh, that's right.
No. Like, which I love, of like, I like that Kind of Funny, the community stuff isn't attached to like one specific person. It is very much like whoever's available, and like everybody's kind of like on the same page, and it is very much a team mentality of like certain people can't go to this, but these people are going to take over. And yeah, like because I'm lucky enough that I'm from the Bay Area, so it's really easy for me to go up there. But that's also the downside of being from the Bay Area, and my family sees that I'm in town for all of these things, and then I don't see them.
That's
like,
right.
Why can you come up for all of these things, but you can't come up for like your cousin's birthday or graduation, stuff like that? So I have to put in some FaceTime with my family.
Yeah, that's right. There was the Monday morning. There was like the little kind of honey brunch that you guys put together, and Zyger and I invaded. Yeah. And then you ended up leaving that early to go back to spend time with family and drive by the new Kind of Funny studios.
Oh yeah, I was that creepy person that was like, they announced this. I know exactly, or I think I texted Barrett. I was like, I know you know where this is, and I would like to know where it is. I just wanted to like drive by, and it wasn't like it was more of like a filled with so much like pride and like was so proud of them that they were able to take this huge step and milestone that I wanted to like see it for myself.
You wanted to go see the little light in the window.
Yeah, exactly. Just like the little symbol that you can see in there.
Yeah, I remember you texting that to us like after you left us, and we went and hung out at the beach or whatever.
Yeah. So that was my first like big community event, jumping into that, and I was like, I like this. I love these people. Like, I'm down to do this. And then at that point, like things just kind of like got into place of. I got an E3 badge this year, which was like a huge deal. Like I never really thought that was going to happen. But because I love LEGO Dimensions so much, which we will be talking about shortly, yes. I follow like a lot of the developers and stuff on Twitter, and Mark Warburton was tweeting out like, hey, do we have any Dimensions fans that want to go to E3? Like I would love, or I have some extra passes and I'd love to send them. So I like immediately tweeted back. He like asked a question like what your favorite mashups were, and I answered, and then I think he asked me like some sort of follow-up question, and it's like a running joke, especially with like the Twitch community, that like I only play LEGO Dimensions. That's all I play. And so I was able to find like tweets and screenshotted them and included them in my response to Mark of like, I'm known for liking LEGO Dimensions in this community, and so then he graciously sent me a pass, and that was a crazy experience because I had never until that point PSX was really my only like convention show kind of thing that I'd ever gone to. So to go from PSX, which is like pretty small, very familiar, being the Kind of Funny community, to going to E3, which is industry, and everyone was like super overwhelming, but it was an awesome experience. And I was lucky enough to be able to go to the IGN after party. And so it was cool to get to like mingle with other industry people and just like hear their stories and where they're at, and just kind of get to meet some new people. I did like a similar thing at Comic-Con. Being in Southern California makes it really easy for me to like drive to a lot of these big things. So I got to go to a couple after parties there and go to the Kind of Funny meetup there. So that was really fun, and Comic-Con's just like crazy and fun to be around. Like for a couple years, we would just go down and hang out there and like not even get convention tickets, and just like walk around and look at everything, because all the bars and stuff are doing crazy things. There's so many cool events you can do without having a pass. So Comic-Con's super fun like that.
We also right after E3 we put you and I did the little Let's Play Live Buffalo Wild Wings thing, which you were super late to.
I know, I had to work. I couldn't like leave.
Yeah.
I freaking
that was
traffic.
That was I talked about it in my little write-up thing, that I think kind of that was the turning point for you and I, in our kind of in how we work together in the community, and when our friendship really kind of hit overdrive was like we just happened to be at the gate leaving Kind of Funny Live 2 together. And decided to start talking about, okay, well, we're going to Let's Play Live. Let's like figure out what we want to do at that, because that's the next time. Exactly like you said with PSX. It's like, okay, when's the next time we're going to see each other? Let's figure out now what we can start like planning and doing. And And so
That
yeah,
was
we put together
the
that
one
little.
and only time I have ever almost missed a flight. I've never missed a flight other than that, but that was one of those things of like I was not paying attention because we were talking, and I think I was sitting in front of the wrong gate, and then I hear Joanna Takegami, please report to like gate 14. I was like, oh
no!
my gosh, I have to go right now. So thanks for that, Trevor.
Yeah, no
That was all
problem.
you and Frank.
Happy to help.
But yeah, then Let's Play Live was super fun. Of like, still not like I'd been into Rooster Teeth content, but not at that level with like the other Let's Play family members. Of I had no idea what to expect, and this was like kind of the first one they had done other than the one in Austin. So I had no idea what to expect.
Yeah,
but it was,
you and I are texting throughout the entire show, like, what the hell is going on?
yeah, like I'm really only here for the kind of funny stuff, and that was like a small percentage of what they were doing. There was like rap songs.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I was in
the
giant selfie. That was awesome.
Yeah, and, like right after, and then you just rubbed in how you'd been telling me to come and sit
all
in that seat next to you all
night. I had an
evening or
MDC. I was like, Trevor, come sit over here. And you didn't, and then you just missed the giant selfie.
I missed being in the epic Let's Play selfie.
It's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll
I
recreate
mean,
it somehow.
like looking back in hindsight, it's more fitting that you're in there because you're in the Let's Play family now.
That's so weird. It's like some weird like fortune teller foreseeing prophecy moment.
Everybody else in that picture behind you also will be working at Rooster Teeth someday.
Oh man, that's so funny. But yeah, but that was like fun of like getting to know a different subset of people. Like people, well, I guess not even. I had gone to the Final Fantasy reveal event a couple months before that, and which was funny because I have zero connection to the Final Fantasy franchise as a whole. I was sitting in there as everyone was like freaking out about stuff. Like I have no idea what you people are talking about, because JRPGs like that's not really like my thing either.
Yeah, I remember we blew up in the Twitch chat because there was like a shot of you and Pancake Paula, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Britt.
Yeah, and you guys were taking a picture together or something, and then the camera like panned over, and I was like, Joey Noelle sighting, and everybody started going, Joey.
Yeah, and then like got to meet some other. So I met some cool people there, and then because they were like native to LA, they were able to come to the Let's Play stuff. And yeah, it was fun because I feel like at every different thing that we've done, we've gotten to meet new people and build new relationships and stuff like that. Like it's nice to have fresh faces and perspectives and stuff like that and get to add to the fam. So that was really fun and like an interesting perspective of like what the Rooster Teeth community is like and the Let's Play community of like, I think it's because we are like in this bubble of kind of funny. We like, at least I do. I lose perspective, and then to be at something like Let's Play Live, where everybody is like, "Who's kind of funny?" Like just like reach wise.
Nobody's at that event.
Yeah, everyone's like, "I don't know who. Like, who are you? Why? Like, who are these guys?" So it's nice to like be put in perspective of like, oh, okay, like there are other fandoms and cool groups and stuff like that, and I think we just get caught up in it sometimes. But it was fun to meet other people that have these interests of like gaming, comedy, content, and getting to see like what other groups do and what other communities do too. Because like Rooster Teeth is awesome. They have like regional groups for everywhere, and they do different meetups and stuff like that. So that was like the girl that I was sitting next to at Let's Play Live was like kind of telling me about that because she was super involved in that and different things that they do, especially because they have Funhouse down there and stuff. So it's fun to like get to network, and you still have some commonalities but some differences, and you can learn from people. And then went down to Comic-Con and got to do some cool stuff. And then it was like around there that I started talking with Kind of Funny about maybe taking on some more responsibility. They reached out to a couple different people. So we had some email correspondence back and forth, and then ended up having like a phone conversation. And at that point, they're like, we don't know what this position is. It didn't originally start out to be a community manager position. It was just like a community liaison or something like that. They're like, we won't really know details about if we can do it, what it's going to look like, kind of any of that stuff until we do our annual like big meeting about stuff. So I was kind of like on hiatus for a little bit and just like kept doing what I was doing. Eventually, that got pushed back because they announced all the studio stuff and moved in there. And so then I didn't see the guys again until GameStop Expo in Anaheim, which was fun. It was like it's obviously smaller because it's just GameStop, but it was a fun, like, smaller show. Definitely smaller than PSX, but I kind of like the smaller stuff because you actually get a chance to, like, play things. Like, I got to do the Horizon demo without waiting for like 3 hours, like everybody had to wait in PSX.
Yeah, that's like the I mean, especially from, like, a Kind of Funny perspective, like, the PAXs are certainly it's a much more intimate thing, especially like PAX South, which Kind of Funny doesn't go to, but Kind of Funny fans go to and hang out. Or we did last year and are again this year. It's like that's where you get, like, a little bit more of that taste of the intimate community stuff that you don't necessarily get everywhere else. And same at, like, the PAX events then, like PAX East and PAX West, because they had, like, little Kind of Funny parties at each one of them. It was nice to get a little bit more. It was much closer to, like, the intimacy that they had at Kind of Funny Live 1 than it was, you know, Kind of Funny Live 2 or even a PSX, where it's like everybody's there to just kind of shuffle through a line to, like, get their thing signed or get their picture or whatever. It's at those smaller shows, if you're able to make it to those, where you get a little bit more kind of one-on-one time with the guys if you are able.
Yeah. And it was funny too, of, like, they were hosting, like, this side show stage thing. So there would be, like, a rotation of people in the Kind of Funny community that would, like, sit down and watch for a while and then leave and stuff like that. But it's funny that was an interesting thing because it was all, like, a stream and it wasn't like it wasn't advertised necessarily as, like, the PS I Love You panel, for instance. Like, it was a little bit easier to, like, catch them as they were coming on and off and stuff like that. And it wasn't like they weren't a huge focal point of GameStop Expo, so we did get to chat with them for, like, a good chunk of time. So yeah, shortly after that, I guess it's been, like, a while after that, they had their meeting, and then eventually we got back in contact where they were going to offer me, like, they had decided at that point that I was going to be, like, a full-blown community manager role. And I remember getting, like, the first email of, like, hey, we want to talk to you, like, catch up with you about this position. And I was like, okay. And they scheduled it for, like, a week out, and that was, like, the longest week of my life. Of, like, what do I do? And so, like, I was going through, like, every scenario in my brain of, like, well, because these people are going to be on the call, it could be something that they offer me a position. But then I had, like, Galen, who had gone with me to the first Kind of Funny Live one. Because he works in the industry, he knows he's, like, my person to go to get, like, perspective and stuff like that. He's like, or because you are, like, decently close with them, it could be, like, a courtesy call of, like, hey, this is why we aren't going to pick you, or why we're postponing the position or something like that. So I was going through all of these scenarios in my head. And then once I was on the call, I was like, okay, I know what direction this is going in. But I had known for, like, a little bit before they announced it even to the admins. And that was, like, the hardest thing, to not be able to say anything to anyone. And, like, even Lauren Wilson, who's, like, one of our Facebook admins, the day that I got the call that they were going to offer me the position, she was randomly in Orange County, like, running errands. She was working on one of the Bachelor shows at the time. And she's like, do you want to grab lunch? I was like, yeah, sure. And so we, like, sit down for lunch. She was like, so what's new? And I'm like, nothing. Everything's normal. No news. Nothing to talk about. But yeah, that was, like, the hardest part because they wanted to wait until the January announcement. I just, like, couldn't really tell anyone. You managed to find out earlier than most people. Because
my side of the story goes, because I was in San Francisco the day after I was there the day of their meeting. Like, I got in that night for the IGN 20th anniversary party thing, and Greg had reached out to me, or we talked a little bit at PAX West a month or two earlier of, like, hey, next time you're in town, like, come by the studio. It'd be you know, you've been on the show. It's not something we're going to offer out to everybody, but you've been on the show, so you're part of the family kind of thing. So if you're in town, we'll try and work it out, and you can come by the studio. And so I was there in the studio, like, the day after their big meeting, and I got to be on Colin and Greg Live for a little bit and tell
Yeah,
everybody
because
that
you
it was,
had your big announcement that day too.
my big announcement was that I was like I had been hired on as a freelance news writer for IGN for a couple weeks, but I hadn't like gotten any stories or anything going on. And that day, basically after the IGN tour, they had told me like, okay, like come sit down, we'll give you like we'll find a story for you and we'll get you a story and that you can write and put it out there. So yeah, I told Greg that day. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm writing news for IGN now. I'm freelance news, and so what had become or what was going to be just like, hey, we'll give you a tour, you'll get to see, and then you can like bounce out like when the show starts or whatever.
Yeah.
Became like, hey, do you mind if we'd like tell everybody on the show? And I was like, not at all, absolutely, let's do that. And so that was like a fun, incredible experience. And I didn't, and he had told me not to even tell you guys, or not to tell anybody that I was going to be there. And so like I didn't tell you guys at all in the admin chat until I'm there. And I take a picture of Greg, like with the pumpkin mug, rest in peace, and send it to the chat and be like, "Hey guys, hope you're doing well," or whatever. And,
because we had talked about it because I was supposed to go up that weekend for the thing, and you had mentioned like, "Oh yeah, like I'm gonna go by the studio," and I was like, maybe I could go with Trevor. But then I wondered, like as you were up there, I was like, I wonder if he's actually gonna go. And then I saw the picture, I was like, dang it, he did go.
Yeah. The weirdest thing was Barrett and Danny like caught me as I was about to walk upstairs. Like they were just driving by because Danny had just gotten in town or whatever, and Barrett was like, "Oh yeah, like we'll drive by the space on the way to pick up so and so for talking shit that they were recording." And they're like, "Is that Trevor from Trevor Trove?" Like they shouted out the window as I'm sitting there like in a light rain waiting for like Greg and Kevin to let me in.
Yeah.
Having supposed to have been told nobody, and that's exactly when like Greg like comes down over the balcony. He's like, what's that like loser down there doing? And so I was like, now I gotta go duck in here awkwardly and sorry guys, hi, good to see you, I'll see you at the party.
But also I promise I didn't tell anybody I was coming here.
Exactly. It was just like the weirdest timing ever. But anyway, in all of that, we're talking a little bit about like, oh, how'd the meeting go, and they kind of dropped some hints about like, oh, we're like, I think we're gonna be bringing somebody on really soon. And those hints became a little bit more concrete once some people got some alcohol in them at the IGN party the next day.
I'm fully aware of how that works.
Yeah. So I knew, and because I had kind of been like, the beans had been spilled, I knew a couple of the people they'd been looking at, and like you and I had never talked about it, but it was certainly...
I know how to follow directions.
Yeah. I mean, that's not to say, like, whoever
it comes out.
Told me, it happens. I mean, we talk, we're friends, and yeah. So I was like a week later or something, you'd posted something very cryptically on Twitter about like, oh, like my life is changing or something like that, and so I immediately get back in touch with you of like, hey, I remember we talked about like this job you had going a little while, or these potential jobs. Were they like a cover for another cooler job with Kinda Funny, for example, or something like that? And basically we danced around it and I highlighted kind of a section of that text in the in my write-up, basically, where it was like, well, hypothetically, if this job is what you happen to get, congratulations, you're very deserving of it. And you were like, well, in a world where in an alternate timeline where this job does exist, thank you.
I know. Because when we had been talking, the jobs that I had been talking to you about were like things that were actually like in play up until, I had just recently even heard back from one of like, I'm sorry that we missed out on you.
It was those what you I think were expecting a little bit more of, like you were going to go cut your teeth in on the industry side of things or something, and then maybe eventually work up to a Kinda Funny. The fact that you're going to get to kind of cut your teeth, and it's very fitting because of how intimately you know the community, and you have been doing the job more or less for the last few months, just now more in a formal capacity, kind of to unify us all. So that was what it looked like on my side of things, of like and why I think I was probably the most equipped out of anybody to kind of
you had
connect
a lot of different,
because I was hearing it from both sides in various states of inebriation. And so just it all worked out. But then it was like that was like it was it was very weird and hard to keep your secret on that.
I'm sorry.
With among so many of our friends. No, like not at all. It was like it was an honor to like have it, but it certainly was like there in kind of like always in the back of my mind as I'm having conversations with people and they're talking about wanting to be in that role someday or seeing those kinds of interactions on Twitter and knowing that something's coming down the line or people saying I wish they had some like all of the posts in the Facebook group for those few months where people were like, oh my god, they just never communicate anything with us. I just wanted to say they will soon, guys. Like I know it's coming, please. Like and so it was tough in that regard to like know that was coming down the line, but also respect the timeline that everybody wanted to kind of have in place on sharing that information. And I appreciated that we kind of really got to talk about it a little bit more at PSX when I got there like that Wednesday night and we got to have dinner.
Then it was like
that
at
was
that point,
that was fun where we got to talk about it kind of openly and not like in this whole like danced veiled jokey kind of manner.
Because at that point I had seen the guys when I was home for Thanksgiving. So I'd actually like gone to the studio and like gotten to chat with them a little bit about like what the role is going to look like. And
that was you texted me at one point. You're like, you're not the only one who's been in this studio anymore. And I was like, yay, congratulations.
Yeah, and then at that point too, they had also like invited me to come up for the Christmas dinner party as kind of like as a thank you of like all the things that like I had done for them, but also as like we think this will be a funny like Easter egg to be able to tell people later of like this mysterious person who's taking all these pictures at the dinner was like actually Joey.
Yeah. Did you realize that you are Nick's wife?
I know. Everybody and their mother thought that I was Nick's wife, and like it was funny because originally we were taking the picture from the other side of the table where my plate and my phone and stuff was, but there wasn't enough room. So I think because I took it from the other side, like it was a little bit like people didn't necessarily know who it was. It wasn't as obvious that there was another person there, but it was just funny to like see it all played out. But like even that day,
I knew to look for it. So
yeah,
that's
exactly.
what I was doing.
And then what was it? Oh, and like that day I had gone, when I came in for the party, I had gone over to the studio to do a couple things. And then I was going to hang out with Colin's girlfriend, Erin. And it was one of those things of like, we can't even like post pictures. We can't do anything. Like say we're at happy hour because I'm not supposed to be here at all. And so I have like this whole arsenal of pictures of like things that I can now post. Like I even took like a cute like outfit picture in the mirror and I was going to go post it later as like a TBT like holiday outfit. And then Lola's in the background for like all of it. I'm like, I can't even post this. So yeah, it's just like all these funny little Easter eggs, but
I mean,
PSX.
you can now.
Yeah, I know. I can post
now
everything
that can be
now.
your TBT.
But PSX was like honestly the hardest thing of like all of my favorite people in one place and like me being so like hyper aware because I knew that the admins were going to find out shortly thereafter that about the position. And so like having that very much like on the forefront of my mind, but not being able to say anything to anyone and being like, it's one of those things of like when you know that you have something really important to go do like in the morning and you like don't sleep at all because you don't want to oversleep like through the appointment or whatever. That's how I felt of like I was like hyper aware of not saying anything, so I feel like I was being super awkward that thing and like or being really silent and not just wanting to say anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, I hope I gave you a little bit of like a release valve because we were
totally
able to talk about it.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like I didn't have it all bundled up so tightly. But then so and then it was like a lot of that was hard because those couple months before the announcement, like I feel like we had a lot of different things burst up in like various parts of the community. And it was hard because it's like I want to be able to help with this, but I can't really because I'm not like empowered to speak on behalf of anyone or put out these fires. I kind of just have to be the messenger of like, hey, this is happening, this needs to be addressed, and like creating more work for the guys, but I wasn't in a capacity where I could actually help out with it. So it kind of feels nice now that like I can just address issues if there are anything or if there's anything that's happening and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been like a crazy week of not really knowing what to expect with all of this, because there are a ton of people in this community that do a lot of stuff, and so like I know that that's a very fine line to tread of I'm not coming in to this position like to overtake any of the other teams. Like I would be nowhere without the teams that are currently in place, and we do have so many well-oiled machines and established people in roles that really help the community and to degrees that people I don't think even really know, because so much of it is behind the scenes and like the not fun stuff that you have to do in order to do the fun stuff. So being really concerned about that on my end and being aware of people's feelings and how people could take it, but also being really excited to see like how everybody reacts and stuff like that. So yeah, I got into town on Wednesday night. And it's also like the dumb stuff of like I had like crazy flight stuff happen on Wednesday night. I couldn't tweet about any of it because nobody knew that I was going up there. Like the dumb stuff like that of like it was even funny. Like I had
that you forgot all of your toiletries.
I forgot everything. Well, because I had flown back to Orange County on Monday night, so I could work on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I flew up Wednesday night. So I hadn't even finished unpacking before I had to repack. So like I had stuff in different bags and managed to miss like everything. So I had to like Amazon Now everything to this Airbnb. But yeah, the dumb stuff of like I couldn't tweet anything, so I feel like I was texting you about a lot of stuff of like I just need to say this out loud and someone has to listen to me, and it's gonna be Trevor.
I am honored.
Yeah, you and I think Lauren got the brunt of that, and so then it's like I caught dinner with Lauren Puga, who does a podcast called A Few Beers In. And she's another one that like I've just met through the internet. Like I've listened to her podcast and ran into her at PSX last year, and then we've just kind of like met each other at different things. We hung out at Comic-Con for a little bit, and so I told her because I was like, you're gonna find out tomorrow. So we got to talk about it a little bit there. So that I think helped of like being able to like process a little bit with her, and then the next morning, just like getting ready for the stream and like kind of having like a rough schedule of like I know what to expect, but I don't really know like how they're going to announce it or anything. So then getting to the studio and getting the rundown of what they were going to do, and then just like waiting. It's like the slowest hour of my life.
I was sitting there wondering because the stream started at 11, which is noon here during these months. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna like I went to lunch at 11 to hopefully be basically back at the office by the time I could like for the stream to start and everything. And worst case scenario, I would like I have it on my phone. And so I'm sitting there like I went to the post office and ran an errand first, and so I ended up like knowing I'm not gonna be back at my desk by the time the stream starts. So I'm just gonna load it up on my phone and be ready to go. And then I'm sitting there like, I wonder if they're gonna have her like just there like at the table with everybody when things start. And then I see the silhouettes on the new morning show, and I'm like, nope, okay, nope. But then I'm sitting there thinking like, I mean, she's probably sitting right where I sat when I was there for like
just to the right,
studio. Like just to the right. Yep, basically like across the way from Kevin, on a chair against the wall there. Yep, and so yeah, I'm just like. I'm sitting there in the Wendy's knowing that like it's all about to happen for you and everybody's about to like know. Yeah. And they like Greg starts going into like 2017 is all about the community, it's all about you, and I'm like, here it comes, and then they announce you and I'm like, yay, it's formal, and I immediately duck out from the app on my phone to go tweet as tears are like running down my face of like, yay, Joey. Yeah, like I don't care. I have no shame that I'm in a Wendy's right now crying because my friend just got a dream job.
Yeah,
and the world knows about it now. So yeah, and then I see the Facebook chat start blowing up, basically about like how it being official now, and Wes is making his posts and stuff, and then I come back to catch you guys start talking about it, and you get to like tell. Kind of your story a little bit and introduce yourself to, because again, like going back to that, like a lot of the community knows you absolutely, but then there's also, I'm sure, a huge chunk of the community that just doesn't, because they're not one of the 8,000-9,000 people that are in the Facebook group, or they're not on the forums or whatever the case. Like they might have heard your name because of Lego Dimensions or something like that, but they might not know your face. Because
Greg likes to kick my ass in Sparkade and take my money.
There you go. And I mean, even it's weird because even in like the context of like the 7,000 people that were watching the Twitch chat or something at that point in time. That's still like a very small
Oh yeah.
chunk of the audience, comparatively. So it was oh, it was overwhelming with pride and whatnot. And so I can't imagine what it was like just being there. I mean, you like handle it all like great. The only minor thing I would say is watch crosstalk.
Oh yeah.
Just because it's really hard to hear when like you're having a conversation with Nick and like Greg and Tim are trying to
Yeah, I
like
know.
go through everything. I'm like, oh, shh. But it's, I mean, you'll
Nick
get
is
it.
also like the most distracting person on the face of the earth to sit next to.
That's fair.
But
So yeah, what was that day like for you?
It was crazy. It was like super nerve wracking and exciting at the same time. So it's like a lot of conflicting emotions, I feel like, to go through. And then I didn't really know like how long I would be on the stream or anything like that. So that was like a little bit hard to like prepare for. Like I didn't know if I was gonna have to say anything and stuff. So that was like very off the cuff and like just stream of consciousness.
That tends to be how they roll.
Yeah.
Like, I talk when I did the Gamescast, it was basically like we sat down and just started going, and there was no like prep work of like, hey, these are the topics we're gonna go over or anything. It was just like it was fly by the seat of your pants.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see where the conversation leads. So
yeah,
I can relate.
But yeah, it was awesome. Like I went back and like watched part of the stream because I did want to see what like Twitch chat was saying, because I had Tim like telling me like it's exploding, but I also didn't know like what that meant, and I was like, people really do like me. And stuff like that, and like immediately my phone was blowing up
already.
too.
It's a home audience for you because you are a Twitch mod.
Totally.
So people know you, and yeah, obviously like the Facebook group knows you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all the people that like who may not even like recognize it yet because they only watch GOG or they only watch PS I Love You or something like that, where it hasn't been like the information hasn't necessarily disseminated out yet.
Totally.
But yeah, Twitch was super going crazy for you.
Yeah, so that was, and I just wanted to watch Twitch or watch the chat because I was like, I hate when you have to like watch yourself on stream and your voice sounds weird, more different than you're used to hearing it. And then I felt bad for you because I know you have my like Twitter notifications on, and I was like trying to go through and respond to like, because I got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages from people. And I really genuinely like read every single one and wanted to let people know that like I did read it and respond to it, and how like humbled I was that all of these people like took time out to like congratulate me and stuff like that. But it like, I think by the time, it took me a long time to get through all of those messages because there were so many, and it was like, that was super overwhelming too. Like, I didn't even look at normal Twitter for all of that day.
Yeah, because I mentioned that, and having your having like Twitter notifications automatically set for you when you tweet out, it was great that day because I was seeing you thank everybody that was sending kind words, and so I was like, yep, they made like the perfect call for who they brought on, because you were like being that attentive to every message that was coming your way.
Yeah, it was super overwhelming, but like in the best way possible. So they did the stream, like I came off for Game Over Greggy and was kind of running some back end stuff for them, and used a lot of
giving out codes.
Yeah, giving out codes. It's a very complicated system they have in place. Didn't realize that. I'm like, there's a lot of things you guys have to do for this, which I think can be summed up of like being on the inside now of like, oh, like you guys do a lot of stuff that people don't know and don't realize how much time this takes up. And so did that. Then I like sat down and did like a lot of like other back end stuff with them after the show. Just kind of, they gave me a rundown of stuff and gave me access to some things. And then after that, I went back to the Airbnb, which was like right down the street from the studio, and continued to like respond to people and catch up on things. I like talked with my mom for a little bit because she had started watching the stream because she wanted to see what all of the hoopla was going to be about and stuff like that. So it was funny to hear her perspective, and I'm very lucky that like both of my parents are very supportive of me and always have been. But I'm especially grateful of it now because they this is a very foreign concept to them of video games and stuff like that. And like, even when we went to Kind of Funny Live 1, my parents picked me and Galen up for the airport and we went and had drinks. And after that, my mom was like, yeah, that he was like talking a whole different language. Like, I don't know anything about this stuff, but like they're trying, and like both my parents are watching the stream, and my mom made like a Twitch account and stuff like that. And so, it was fun to get to talk with her a little bit to see like her perspective and kind of explain things to her of like who these guys are. And at one point she's like, why do I have to avoid Nick? And I was like, oh, it's like a running joke that like Nick hits on all the moms and stuff like that. And so like trying to explain all this stuff to her was super interesting. But after that, I ended up going over to Greg and Colin's house for a little bit, mostly because I wanted to see Portillo and play with him. But Greg hadn't seen La La Land, and I had seen it and loved it. And oh my gosh, that should really, maybe we should kick out the Fast and Furious and just talk about La La Land. Because it's so good. And so I was down to see it again. So we went and saw that. And then we went to Wing Wings and just like talked for a couple hours about everything. So by the time I got home, it was like 12:30 probably. And then I was up trying to respond to everybody else. And then at that point, it was like 3:30, and my alarm was going off at 4:15 to go to the airport to head back to Orange County to go back to work on Friday. And so I got like 30 minutes of sleep, and then it's been crazy of like this is like a really busy week for me in my like permanent full-time job, because I also don't think that's something that everybody knows. It's like I'm not working full-time for Kind of Funny. This is like very much a part-time gig.
Yeah, one of the questions that was going to come up later.
Okay.
What was it? I guess like
Justin,
will you be going on any of the shows? Mark Freeman, the Indie Boy one, asks if you're going to be going on any of the shows. Chris Moore at Morsayan asks, does Joey Noelle have an office, or did she just move into Kevin's little closet and say, I live here now? And then Justin Deere, Jushin asks, how many hours a week is dedicated to being a community manager, and where would you like this to lead to?
Yeah. So currently with Kind of Funny, I'm working remotely from Orange County, and I still have my full-time job. So this is like totally a side thing that I've picked up. So I'm going to be working about 10 hours a week for them, which so far has not been 10 hours a week, but it's been a crazy week. So it's like also trying to find the balance of that. So yeah, like this is the craziest week, these next 2 weeks for my current full-time job. So to try and fit this in there on top of like an already crazy schedule has just been like nuts. Like I had to go into the office today from like 12 to 5. So, like I haven't really had like a huge break or anything like that, but this is the stuff that I love to do, and I do it in my spare time anyway. So it's really not that different. Community management is so weird because it's not like a normal 9 to 5 job. If it was full time, because you are keeping tabs on things at all times and responding to tweets, and you can't shut off at 5 o'clock for this job for sure, because you always have your feelers out and your eyes open of like what's going on and what you can. Or like last address.
Night when Patreon, the exclusive RSS feed started like freaking out, or people were having issues with that.
Yeah, exactly. Of like, okay, we need to get this fixed, and I'm still at work, and I have a birthday dinner that I'm supposed to be going to for me, but here, let me try and fix this first. So it'll be interesting to see how all this works, and I need to be kind of better about like not letting this overtake my free time, because it's really easy for me, because I love doing this and it's something I'm excited about, to spend all my free time doing it, but like to keep some sort of like life work balance and stuff in there. No, I did not take over Kevin's closet. He wouldn't let me, and I'm not going to be there full time. So
I mean, they've still got like a couple office rooms in the back there that you could eventually move into.
They built 2 more desks. So
they've added a couple more desks. Nice.
Yes, they did add a couple more desks. So
excellent.
We'll see.
You and that mystery editor.
That mystery editor.
Yeah.
Hopefully that.
I actually don't know who that one is, so that's
that one is very close to the chest.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pick your brain on that one.
No,
like on the show or off, I will leave that one to be surprised.
Yeah, no, and that's like the fun part of it too. Of like, there is a degree of like, oh, it's kind of fun to know this stuff early, but I like seeing everybody's reactions when they do find out. Like, I think that's the fun part of. I think, yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's certainly a whirlwind week for you. I don't know if there's anything. I don't know if you. I mean, talking about kind of the future of the position, I know it's something that I imagine they're looking to grow, and ideally you kind of, in a lovely, wonderful world, they get you in there as like full time
Yeah.
as soon as possible, and it becomes kind of full time career role.
Yeah.
Um,
I've been like very open with them like since the beginning of like this, like, because they are aware that I have like a job and stuff like that, and they're like, we want to be respectful of that. I was like, what I have now is like a job, and it's something that I do, and it pays the bills, but this isn't what I do currently. Isn't like what I would like my career to be. I very much see community management in some form or another as like the career path I would like to take. So
yeah,
hopefully that works out.
when people started asking me of like, oh, like you got this email, right? You got like approached on this job, and I was like, nope. And I was like, in the back of my head, I'm like, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and like hope it's because they recognize that that's not really the job I'm looking for, and like I'm
Yeah.
trying to make other moves, and that I absolutely couldn't walk away from what I've got right now for a 10-hour a week kind of thing, or like
Yeah.
kind of add it on. So I was like, I'm gonna, for my own ego's sake, I'm just gonna say that that's what's going on, and not that they don't
Yeah.
want me, even though it's probably much more that they don't want me.
Yeah, with your
Um,
hippie long hair that Greg likes to point
yeah.
out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I need to do something about it. It's getting a little unruly. So yeah, we're just before we dive into the kind of the rest of the community questions on the kind of funny portion of the show. Where do you see the community going in the next 6 months? And we don't need to get, or next 6 months, a year, whatever. We don't need to talk
Yeah.
specifics because I'm sure like
Totally.
any kind of actual plans you're looking to put in place are probably a little bit. Like right now you only have 10 hours a week kind of allotted
Yeah.
for this, but I'm
Totally.
curious in terms of like a philosophical stance, what you think the community and correspondence between Kind of Funny and the community, where we're going to go with that.
Yeah.
Where you're going to go with it.
So because my background is communication management, like that's the number one thing that like I want to help tackle, of making sure that everybody is like on the same page about things, because they have so many different audiences based on the type of content that they do. Like not everyone watches Game Over Greggy, not everyone watches Gamescast or PS I Love You or the Kind of Funny morning show. It's very easy for them to mention something on one and not the other, because or on two of things and miss one because they've already said it so many times. And it's easy for people to miss that. So I'm working on like a centralized hub for updates, so that everyone has like one place to check to know if their schedule changes or when they announce events or appearances at cons and all that kind of stuff. If there's going to be special guests or anything kind of out of the ordinary that's going on, I want everyone to be able to have one place to find all that information instead of having to weed through all the different content that they do to get those announcements. So that's like the number one priority I have right now that I'm working on. I'm also in the process of touching base with like different parts of the admin teams, of like making sure that each of like the Facebook, the forums, and Twitch, like if that they have access to me, and so I can get like raw feedback from them on what they want to see changed, what I can help like advocate for on the level with the guys. Doing that. So that's like another thing in the next couple days that I'm doing. Then something like long term that I want to do is help people do community events in their areas, because those have started to pick up a little bit more traction. Of there's a lot of people that live in the same areas that are looking for friends with similar interests, and this is a really easy place to start because you do have this Kind of Funny platform. So there's been a lot of people who have put together smaller community events in different places and stuff like that. So I want to help facilitate that and get exposure for those, because I know it's hard if like someone's just trying to put it together of like, how do I even go about this? How do I reach out to people? And so kind of putting together like a packet of information of these are the things that you need to like finalize, like dates and times and places, and here are ideas for good places to do this if you want to meet at like a Portillo's or a Buffalo Wild Wings or something, you know, that has like a kind of funny association with it, a barcade, something like that. And then helping.
I got somebody just pinged me. Ted House, the guy who built the
Yeah.
photon pack for Greg.
Hip Albatross.
The Hip Albatross. He sent me a text I think yesterday or a couple days ago, basically like, hey, we should do another like Arizona meetup. So I'm gonna try and maybe schedule something like that for next week, and even that like
Totally.
like talking about it like, oh, next week, it's like, oh, it's like really impromptu, and I hate that, but it's
Yeah.
that's what works for me, because I know I'm gonna be traveling out and I have friends coming into town and stuff in the next few weeks, so it's like next weekend or like a month and a half from now, and
No,
we'll
totally.
see
And
what
it's
we
like
can.
people like it'll be like very much like a skeleton of like, we can make this work for whatever you kind of want to do or what your schedule allows and stuff like that. But wanting to do more events, like even here in Southern California where I can help with like San Diego and LA and Orange County, and stuff like that. So I think, at least for me, that's like been the life-changing portion of like, it's been really great to meet Kind of Funny fans in person and kind of solidify those relationships and stuff like that. And especially like in my area, because other than like the couple guys that introduced me to Kind of Funny, like I have zero friends that play games and stuff like that. So even on that level of like having people with similar interests there, or like if I ever played multiplayer games, which I don't, but like having people to play with, or even like couch co-op games, like finding people like, I want to play Overcooked, but I have like no one here to play Overcooked with. So stuff like that, I think is going to be really fun. And also seeing like what the community wants. Like, are there things that we're missing that I can help with? Because so many of like the things that we do have been born out of the community, like the PS We Love You thing that Jason puts together every week, like that's been really awesome. And so trying to like facilitate either things that we do online together as a community or in person, I think a lot of our best ideas come from within us. So seeing how I can help kind of push those further or get more exposure for those is also something.
The idea of like you getting traction for those, like, oh, hey, there's this really cool thing that, you know, so and so came up with in the community, and you being able to easily get that in front of the Kind of Funny guys, and they can kind of use their power to bolster it as well. Yeah,
totally.
Very
so
cool.
Yeah, that's like a rough outline of things that I want to do. There's a lot more on my list, but it's gonna take some time.
And then getting to see you at events and stuff. As like,
yeah, hopefully.
You're not going to have time for us little people anymore.
Oh my gosh, shut up.
You're going to be wrangling the big boys, but...
Oh my gosh, not even. Well, the best part about like being the community manager is like even looking ahead at something like Kind of Funny Live 3 of like, as a community manager, my job is going to be to hang out with the community. So as much as like they might need help on like the production side of things, like really like that's not my thing. Like I would love to help you guys out with that, but my focus is going to be on trying to figure out community events, which like I've already started to brainstorm and had people talk to me about a couple different ideas that they have of like figuring out ways for us to hang out outside of the event and spend time together and get to know each other. But also making sure that like Kind of Funny Live 3 is a good experience for everybody. Because I know people had varying degrees of expectations for the second one off of the first one. So making sure that expectations are similar and kind of accommodating feedback that people had from the second one and stuff like that, and making sure that overall
even setting up the appropriate expectations up front.
Totally.
I mean, like one of the you know, as much as I love Kind of Funny Live 2, finding out 10 minutes before like the VIPs got let in on Sunday, like what the schedule of events on Sunday was going to be, was a little like, oh wow, that's really like last minute for us, like, and we just kind of been sitting there in line like, I don't know what's going to happen today. I know there's podcasts.
Well, and even something little, I was like, the first Kind of Funny Live was we all had seats, and then not knowing that the second year
you're not going to get seats.
You're not going to have seats. And like from the perspective of a girl who was like, if I am thinking that I'm going to have a seat, I'm going to wear really cute shoes that might not be the most comfortable to stand around for 6 hours in. And so like that's something that like Tim and I have talked about and stuff like that, of just like things that they might not even think of because they're five guys, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But making sure that we kind of have bases covered or different options available and stuff like that. So I'm excited to, like, Kind of Funny Life 3, I think is going to be obviously like my first big event. Maybe I'll end up going to some of the other ones. I don't really know right now. But like,
Well,
I would love.
I hope we get you out to PAX East.
I know
Before
PAX
that.
East is like a big goal. RTX is like another one that's like high priority for me too.
Well,
Um,
I'm sure they'll get you to RTX and you can go hang out with Barb.
oh yeah, yeah. Barb's been super great. Like when I first got offered the job, that was like one of the first things I asked Greg for, was like, hey, can you put me in touch with Barb? Like, I would love to just like pick her brain about stuff. Just because like I have other friends that are community managers that were super awesome, but a lot of them said to me like, what I do is totally going to be different than what you do, because Kind of Funny is a totally different beast than like games development or traditional like games media. So Barb is very much in a similar position of, she was a community member that got brought up to start this role and kind of had to build everything from the ground up. So she's been a really great resource for me. We've like emailed back and forth a couple times. But yeah, she's like someone that I would love to just like shadow for a week and see like what their processes are and see what would be transferable for Kind of Funny and stuff like that. So yeah, I would love to go to RTX.
Awesome.
But yeah, RTX and PAX East, those are the ones I'm trying to make it to this year. We'll see what happens.
Well, let's dive into. And you were worried this segment was gonna run really short. Let's go ahead and dive into a couple kind of questions related to this. That's why I picked them out of the Trove Topics section at the end of the show, because they are more pertinent to Kind of Funny stuff. And I imagine there will be a handful of people that tune in for this chunk of the episode and never again. So get them now. So we already touched on Chris's question of like, did you just steal Kevin's little nook? Jasmine Townsell at Snazosaurus asks, so Joey, what's your favorite part of the video game community?
The video game community has been really welcoming, because it's like, I feel like the internet is such like a crazy place in general. So I don't know if this is like a direct comment on the video game community as much as it is like the Kind of Funny community. But even like with my limited game knowledge experience, like everyone's always been super great. I feel like I don't get the norm in Kind of Funny. I don't get the normal like hate that you get for being a woman on the internet, which has been really nice. Because like I've been on various forms of social media forever, and I know kind of how it works. But this video game community has been really great in being open and accepting and not judgmental and stuff like that, which is not always the case. It's a nice little bubble that we have here.
Indeed. One of the cool things, even outside our community, that I've loved watching the last few days, because I follow 1,000 some odd people in like across various facets of the industry, is all of the like the people tangentially related to Kind of Funny who've been like sending like congratulations and stuff to you, like I mean like a lot of IGN people, for example, and like Danny O'Dwyer and stuff, shooting, and like our friend over at our friend Josh over at Toys for Games being super excited to hear that you'd gotten the role. So yeah, that's been a lot of fun, because even outside of our little circle there, seeing kind of the response in my feed, at least, to you being brought on has been exciting and fun.
Yeah, that's been super crazy to see like some of the messages and stuff that I'm getting from people. Another thing that I've really loved about this community is like, because being a woman in the video games industry, it's very small in number. Everyone's been really supportive of like people like Brittany Brombacher, even from the beginning before any of this started, was always really supportive and like, how can I help you do what you want to do in this industry? And Alexa Ray Correa and Kirsten Slater, like I've had so many conversations with so many women in the industry that are passionate about games and games media and want to help other women get in. So that's been like an incredible experience of people that I don't know and don't owe me anything, because I'm not anyone, be so supportive and helpful and like put out effort that they didn't need to be a resource for me. So that's something that's been totally humbling.
Absolutely. All three of those women have had like, or have been very, have had like very kind conversations with me as well, and very supportive. So it's just that they're just amazing
Yeah,
people.
they're amazing
I'm sure
human beings.
there is absolutely like
Yeah.
I'm sure there is a more of a like, oh, it's great to have another woman kind of in our ranks, for you as well. But the fact that they like, they're not like, oh, Trevor's just another guy, so we're gonna not give him like good feedback and stuff. That's like I love all three of them, because they have been incredibly supportive of anybody who kind of reaches out to them and is trying to do something in it. So yay for them. Brandon Gann at Games Gann, who we mentioned earlier, asks, this is going to be longer than normal, so please bear with me. Now finally seeing Kinda Funny Live 2, because it's up on Patreon if you'd not already heard, and then it will be up for everybody February 6th on YouTube. Now finally seeing Kinda Funny Live 2, witnessing Kinda Funny Day, and having the privilege of getting to meet great people, is it safe to assume you two can be relied upon for awesome activities for Kinda Funny Live 3 week? We touched on that a little bit. That's going to be one of your kind of big projects, I imagine.
For sure.
Figuring out better places, so it isn't just us trying to all squeeze into Underdogs or
exactly,
the sandwich place outside by IGN and stuff like that. Figuring places that can accommodate, like you touched on it earlier. The food truck thing was a great venue
that was
because
awesome.
It allows people to kind of stretch out. Even at the first Kinda Funny Live, the picnic in the park thing was like
the Presidio.
Those larger outdoor kind of places where we can, everybody goes everywhere and then comes back and coalesces or whatever. Work way better for a group of that's going to be bringing in 30, 40 people at a time, than trying to all squeeze into a Denny's.
Yeah, exactly. There's planning community events for Kinda Funny Live 2 was a huge team effort. Like that, there's a lot of people that work on this. So I imagine we'll be bringing in even more people to help with Kinda Funny Live 3. Maybe tapping into more of like our local best friends in San Francisco, of like them having spots and knowing places that can accommodate big groups, and knowing like the cool things that happen, like the food truck thing or like the Presidio Park stuff, that we can do. Obviously we can't do any of this until a date is announced, but we are in talks of like various things of like, if they do it the Memorial Day weekend, then that's the weekend that Baywatch comes out, so we could do like another movie night. Hopefully that's better than the one that we did last year. Or stuff like that. So obviously what's kind of hard about the city is like there's only so many like touristy things to do. So trying to keep it fresh and not doing the same things every year, I think is going to be a little bit challenging. But there's also a lot of like cool random things that happen in the city. So, tapping into some of those differences and maybe shuffling around the schedule and stuff like that. 'Cause even candidly, you and I have talked about, things like scheduling and how many days we did it and some of the events and how we could maybe change things up for this year. But there's a huge amount of work that goes into it.
Yeah, and even trying to at least, one of the big takeaways I had from last year was people coming and being like, oh, I didn't, like, if I had known when they announced it, when I bought tickets, that you guys were going to be doing this stuff on Thursday and Friday, I would have, like, booked my flights to accommodate that, but I didn't, and so I got in Friday night and wasn't here for any of this stuff. So even saying something as simple as, like, we don't have, things locked in yet, but there will be Thursday events, there will be Friday events, and whatever. Just saying that kind of like alongside and here are the dates, I think can go a long way in kind of keeping people involved.
Yeah, for sure. Because we don't want it to seem like a secret thing or anything like that. But it is, especially last year, it was like there was the first year that we had really done that. And so we didn't know how to do it, nor did we really have like an avenue to promote that we were going to do these until it kind of got closer to the date. So yeah, for sure, like letting people know early that we're going to have community events. I think it's safe to say that we'll still do Thursday and Friday community events, and then maybe one like final goodbye thing depending on Sunday night or maybe Monday, depending on the weekend, depending on what the show schedule is like and stuff like that. So I think doing it early is always a safe bet. Just because we know it's going to happen sometime that weekend. So Thursday, Friday seems safe. We'll figure out what happens after.
Cool. So the next couple tweets from Sean Cassidy, Sean _ of the dead. We've kind of already addressed what's been your career path up till Kind of Funny. My goal is to one day work for Kind of Funny or IGN, and I'm curious how you made it happen. So we've kind of already touched on that. But if you do you have any kind of advice for Sean in how he can maybe make those goals achievable?
Yeah, like even career-wise, like my major in college was cultural anthropology, like nothing at all related to any of this because at the time, like I didn't know that I wanted to do this at the time, obviously. So I don't think like if I was gonna go back and change things, which I don't really like that because I wouldn't. I would maybe do something with like communication or PR, even almost to a sense. That's probably like the route that I would take now. But other than that, like if it's your goal to work somewhere like Kind of Funny or IGN, like in a community management sense, like it's really important to jump into those communities and to be involved as a fan, as a user, etc. Because yeah, even when Greg told all the moderators, a lot of them were concerned that they were going to be bringing someone in from the outside, and I think you have a huge advantage being like brought up from the inside of having rapport, knowing how, like what the system that you're going to be working on, knowing the community that you're going to be working with, having like an insider view from that point. So yeah, I would just encourage you to get involved on whatever platform in whatever community you're interested in, or any community really, if you're just looking for the experience kind of. And then don't be afraid to like reach out to people. Like if you are interested in being a moderator, reach out to the moderators to see like what things they look for in potential people that they bring on their teams or how they recruit. For instance, like the Facebook group, we keep like a list of people that have expressed interest to us, as well as we keep our eye out for people that kind of already do the things that we do of enforcing rules and stuff like that. On their own time versus like the forums, they put out applications. So just being aware of like the different ways that you can get involved, and it never hurts to like tell people that you want to get involved, because on our end, on like the moderating end, we don't necessarily know that the people who wants to be involved and who wants to take on bigger roles. So yeah, those are my main pieces of advice.
Yeah, I would echo all of that and say, just in addition, like I mean, again, kind of going off, like do what you want to do now, in some form or some capacity, and like do it consistent. It's what Greg always says, do it consistently. That's what happened for me, is that I started doing it every day and getting myself in front of people and got noticed, and that's what led to my IGN opportunity. Is that I was, like Andrew knew me, not necessarily through IGN, and I would, if I was like so Wiki's just got a new job at IGN, or a new person after Jared left, and it was a person who has been doing wikis for them, like just on their own time. So it's that show that you can do the thing that you want to do and work with the people doing it, even if they're not going to pay you right away, because that's your foot in the door, and hopefully it will lead to something bigger down the line when the opportunity affords itself. Is what
Totally.
I would say.
And those are like the really important people that like advocate for you.
Absolutely.
If your name pops up in conversations or stuff like that, of like, this person has been doing it already, knows how to do it, is familiar with this system, is familiar with our processes or our formats or whatever. And that makes you a lot easier to onboard in a situation versus if you're like an outside candidate that would kind of have to learn all of that right off the bat.
Yeah. Ben Bellevue at Mr_Bento Box asks, which new title do you prefer, Joey from Kind of Funny or Kinda Dunkelman? Love, pineapple emoji, pizza emoji.
Ben,
you got to tear him to shreds pineapple on the stream. You let him have his emojis,
which was not at all planned. Like that was not at all in like my docket of things to talk about on my first day at Kind of Funny. Like, I wasn't about to start this war on pizza. Yeah, he did bring
tipped
it
about it and made it up, or made it a thing.
Yeah.
And you took the ball and ran with it.
Yeah, I know, and I knew how Colin had felt about that going on, so I was very excited that he was there for that portion of time.
Oh, yeah, give him the one.
Joey from Kind of Funny.
You ordering Kevin to give Colin the one was one of my favorite moments of that stream.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. It's all these things that, like, I kind of forget that happened because that day was all such a blur. But
it's also things
that was
like
a very important stance.
Yeah, you can do that because you come from the community. You know our jokes, you know our language, and so you fit right in. I talk about it when I went on the Gamescast, people were like, "Oh my god, you fit right in." I was like, "It's because I know these guys. I've listened to their content. I know what they're gonna say for the most part before they say it." So I was able to kind of slot myself into their conversation. And it's something that you wouldn't get if you're, an outsider who doesn't watch the content. Even totally. Like their industry friends, when they come on, they'll make a crack at an inside joke, and the industry person will be like, "I don't know what you're talking about," and it's like, and everybody else is screaming at the YouTube or at their phones, like, "But they're talking about this." So the fact that you can come in and immediately like roll with the kind of the how they operate. I think is another testament to what you'll be able to bring to the table. Should you be kind of an on-air personality, which leads us right into the next question. So, Joy from Kind of Funny, is that where you're?
Yeah, I would love. I don't feel like I'm on the kind of Dunkel. Like, I feel like I would like to be like a Barb protege, but I don't think I'm there yet. But it's an honor to be like in the same sphere as her, because she does such great work and like manages to balance both being an on-air personality, which isn't really my thing, but she does it so gracefully to do that, and the community stuff. But maybe one day Barb and I will be together.
So the next question being Mark Freeman at the Indie Boy 1 asks, will you be going on any of the shows? Think we need a strong female voice. He puts in exclamation points. I know we've talked a little bit about it, and like you just said, you're not really an on-air personality kind of thing. And I know that Kind of Funny wasn't looking for that, but in the same way that like, Big Kev Dog has kind of flourished in the role at times when called upon, I think you will as well. From my perspective, totally. What's your kind of take on it?
I'm like totally open to doing on-air stuff for them if they need it. Obviously that's like not my strength, and like in general I kind of tend to be like the behind the scenes kind of person, like making sure stuff is running, but like because I am really comfortable with them and they are friends and we do have like a pretty good rapport, I don't think it would be super hard for me to like tag in if they needed me for something like that.
We'll see you on the next episode of the Kind of Honeys podcast.
It was so funny too, because like them all knowing that I'm gonna record, or that they're recording and I'm gonna be there, or I'm not gonna be there. I would love to do that at some point. I feel like it would totally be different a little bit because I'm obviously not dating any of the guys, but the honorary Kind of Honey, I can like sit in Kevin's chair and like run stuff. That would be my goal, as long as I can have wine. I'd be totally fine with that.
Nice.
But yeah, like if they needed me for anything, I'd be totally down. But that's not what I got brought on for.
Yeah. Blessing Adioye. It's always, like I know how to say it, and it just always trips up.
I just always say Blessing because I don't know how to say it.
Adioye.
So,
at Blessing Jr. asks, as the first female member of Kind of Funny, what message do you have for the lady nerds out there?
The lady nerds. It was funny because in the chat, I feel like I saw something, or maybe my mom said like someone was asking about maybe like there being less dick jokes now that Joey's going to be around, and it is going to be interesting of like, even though I'm not there, it's like having a lady on the team, I think is going to bring like a different vibe to the group. Of we do have like a significant number of like women listeners, and being able to bring like a female perspective, even if it's just like in the back end stuff of how we communicate or programming or anything like that. I do want to say that like it's not just a boys club. Like the girls, we have some like amazing women in our community that are doing some kick-ass stuff, and I would love to like be able to shed some light on that, and because I think a lot of the times we do get a little bit not overlooked, that's probably not the right way, but I don't know what I'm really trying to say. But I mean, we have a very important part in this community.
I think overlooked is maybe apropos in that, that sometimes a lot of the guys, I mean, going specifically off of things I see in the Facebook group, there are a lot of times that guys just get so wrapped up in their own echo chamber that they don't think about what they're saying and how it affects or would relate to the women in the community.
Yeah.
Just because it's not their perspective, and when you have 90% of the voices are men, and then only a small portion kind of on the other side, it is really hard to kind of keep that in mind.
Yeah.
For certain elements of the community.
Totally.
So.
Just like, and I don't think it's not always done on purpose. I think it's just like you get caught up and you don't realize what you're saying and how it comes across. And so just like even shedding light on that of like, hey, when you say things like this, or when you bring up topics like this, or you respond in this way, this is how it comes off. And this is where we're coming from as women in this industry, and like the things that we have to deal with that the guys don't necessarily have to deal with. And I think it's like a lot of conversation that needs to happen. And because a lot of this is really hard to do on the internet too, of like people can read tone and like they can put their own spin on words, and so it's a harder conversation to have online, and it requires you to be a little bit more thoughtful and a little bit more concise, and like to put more thought into what you're saying instead of just like shooting off a response and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be a lot of conversation. But I would love to see Kind of Funny add some more female, even if it is like a host at some point or some on-air personality. Because it is so fun when we get to see like people like Andrew Renee and Alexa on the show, like, and even like Miss Movies recently on Game Over Greggy. It's nice to have that just difference of opinion and perspective. And I think we would like to be represented as a whole. So I will do my best with what I can do.
And we joked in the I think in the Facebook chat, or I cracked the joke because it makes me chuckle. But you can call for a minority report and a sexism report when you're around
I can.
Yeah.
I'm calling for all of the reports.
Exactly.
Cracking down on everyone.
Ha ha ha.
I love it.
So that's all the questions I had that were like very specific to Kind of Funny for this part of the conversation. Are there any kind of parting words that you have on your gaming history and your gaming future?
Not really any parting words. Like, I just want to make sure everybody knows, like, I'm available to talk about anything, like any issues or anything like that. I want to make sure that people know that they can approach me if they have questions or concerns or anything like that. So on Twitter, my DMs are open. Dear Lord, please don't do anything to make me close them.
Franklin Sizemore.
Yeah, really anyone. Or you can shoot me an email, joey@kindoffunny.com, if that's like more your jam.
How surreal is that you are joey@kindoffunny.com?
It's super weird, yeah. I asked for an email just because I was like working on Kind of Funny Live 3 stuff and needed a Kind of Funny email. But it's weird to like get emails to it and be able to say it, but it's kind of nice. It's like, oh, this is like, it's fun. It's fun to look in there and see that people have things that they want to talk about. Because like any criticisms or any suggestions that we get, it's because people love the community and want to keep it like a special place. So I'm 1,000% obviously on board for making sure that happens.
Yeah. Well, like I said in my post, I'm incredibly excited, incredibly proud of you, and I'm going to do everything I can to help you succeed in this role.
Thanks,
in my limited role myself. So moving on, see, like 2 hours 15 minutes. You are one of the longest topic ones now. Thank you. Thank you, Joey. So moving on to topic number 2, your favorite game. We're going to talk some Lego Dimensions, because you and I have both fallen down that rabbit hole. So, Lego Dimensions.
Lego Dimensions.
How did you get into Lego Dimensions?
I feel like a little bit of a poser with this because I still haven't finished Lego Dimensions. But it's because there's so many...
I was the same way for the longest time.
There's so many things to do that have gotten me sidetracked to finishing like the actual story. I got into Lego Dimensions, obviously, I feel like through Kind of Funny. That was like the first time I'd ever seen it, when I think Greg had some of the developers on as like a preview kind of thing. But I like the Lego games are totally something that I'm into. When I would like babysit in college, I would work for this one specific family, and the little boys like always loved the Lego Star Wars games, so I'd always play with them. And even then, they'd be like, "You're not very good at this." I'm like, "I don't know what I'm doing." Like, I don't. This was like in my hiatus from gaming for sure, but I always loved like how cute they were, and like they're always like really accurate, which I was never expecting from like a kids game of like you can tell that they really do take the time and effort like as TT as a whole. And it's like a labor of love that they care about these franchises and stuff like that. So when they put out Lego Dimensions, I was really excited that they were going to be bringing in like a ton of different stuff. I loved all the like DC stuff that they had in it. I was really excited about Ghostbusters, just the Wizard of Oz stuff, just the fact that you could play in like all of these little worlds with all of these characters, and like it's like crazy to me that like I could play as Batman in the Wizard of Oz world. Like little Joey would have been like super stoked on that. So it was just like a really fun game. That was like, so when I first got my PS4 last Christmas, I had bought like Arkham Knight was like the first game I had bought, and then the second one that I bought was Lego Dimensions, and I got it shipped to my parents' house. And I had like gotten home from something, and I was like, I'm gonna start this, and it was like 11 o'clock. Didn't realize how much building there was gonna be, and I had it like all poured out on my bed because I was at my parents' house, and that's where I was staying, obviously, and I had the TV in there, and I was like, oh, I have to build all of this before I can go to bed because I'm totally going to lose these pieces if I don't. So I was up to like 1 o'clock in the morning building the portal and all of the little characters and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just like crazy how much attention to detail that they put into every aspect of it through the storyline, like the little, like even just the little kickbacks and references that they managed to fit in is like crazy to me because there's so many different franchises that are crossing over, and to have teams of people that know them well enough and love them well enough to be able to have them all work together so seamlessly. It's just like mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I have a similar story of getting into it from Kind of Funny, obviously. Half of my collection is there in the, you can see it like just in frame. And it became a really cool thing for me and Kat to do together when we were together. Like technically, like half of those are hers because they were her birthday present from me.
Yeah.
Like it was, and then I just kept them in the breakup because she kept the dog, and that was how we, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's not go down the sad path there, but like it was something that the two of us could do together. We would sit down and play, and we like barely played the game. It was all about like, let's put a new thing on and build the new thing together.
Yeah.
And so yeah, while we were together, I don't think we ever, because like we would play and then she would fall asleep, and so I would have to end up like take her controller and like get us through the level by like being both players, and then like turn it off and call it a night and stuff. And so yeah, it was much more about, but like, I mean, like we watched Doctor Who together, and so the fact that we could like boot up the Doctor Who Lego pack, and they have a Legoized version of the Doctor Who theme, and the opening and stuff, was so like there was so much joy and giddiness in that, and you beat the Doctor Who level, and then like as you die as one Doctor, you regenerate as another one, and each one has its own, like when you go into the TARDIS, it has its own, like it looks like that Doctor's TARDIS. That they put that much care and attention to detail, like you said, into the game. It was like it's mind-boggling how much they do with it, and yeah, like all the crossover stuff. I mean, like we got the Wizard of Oz pack because we had named our dog Elphaba after the Wicked Witch, as she is named in Wicked, and so like we can play as Elphaba basically, even though she's just Wicked Witch in Wizard of Oz lore or whatever. But that was like one of the first packs we got, and flying her around in the merry old land of Oz was just a ton of fun. And just something we could do together, and have fun. Yeah, it's a very fun game. Anybody who likes any of those franchises should definitely pick it up and play it. Anybody who likes the Lego games, obviously.
Totally. And like I feel like because it's Lego, it automatically gets painted with like a kid brush. But so many of the franchises they bring in are not like things that would appeal to children. So
Oh
that's like
yeah,
the
no.
interesting weird dynamic of
It
Lego
is
Dimensions.
Lego Dimensions is a game geared like with the facade of a kids game,
Hmm.
but it is totally geared towards the parents of those kids
Yeah,
because it is for the person who can say, yeah, I grew up with Knight Rider, so let me introduce Knight Rider to you through this game. Or here are the
exactly.
Goonies that like I grew up watching and loving. You've never seen the Goonies movie, but this is a way to introduce. It is like my generation a little bit above, basically.
Hmm.
For if I had a 6-year-old kid like
Yeah.
many of my friends do or something like that, I would be playing this game with them
Hmm.
and showing them the things I love, while also now getting to play with like Harry Potter and the things that they love in this world, and kind of showing the mashup there. So yeah, it's very much a game for my generation because we're the ones that have to pay for it,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so it's a hook to say, oh, this is something I can play with them, not
Hmm.
just and I mean, for me, like I enjoy playing it like myself. It's
Yeah.
a bit much to, just because now I'm in like a studio apartment, it's a bit much to like get everything out and try and do everything. Like when I tweeted about, or I wrote a story about finally going back and getting the platinum on it, somebody came and was like, I've got all 450 gold bricks or whatever. I was like,
Holy
good
cow.
for you, dude. That is like, I
Yeah,
am never gonna get to do that because I don't have the room to just kind of move pieces
totally.
and know that I only need Aquaman for this one section. So I'm gonna move I'm gonna unpack the 3 cases I have above Aquaman or whatever, and bring him into it. So, yeah.
Yeah, if you're
What are some of your favorite franchises in the that are in there currently?
I
Year one
love,
or year two?
love the Back to the Future pack. Like,
Yeah,
Back to the Future is something I grew up watching. Like all, not so much the third one, definitely one and two. And so to see them go even between those two worlds, has been super fun. And like the musical touches and like just like it's so true to the story. It's like kind of crazy. And to play around even with like just the part that comes with the game versus like the packs that you can buy, it's just been so fun. Like it's like getting to play the movie essentially like that.
yeah,
But then getting to do that with Batman and Wonder Woman and stuff, like it's just it's super fun. And like there's part of me that's like a huge like completionist and stuff like that. So like Lego Dimensions is a little bit overwhelming because there is, in the same way that Stardew Valley is, that there's so many things to do. Like I could just play Lego Dimensions for like months and months and months and still not finish everything.
yeah.
But I love, like I always end up playing as Wonder Woman because I like to hear her theme song all the time when she's like flying
Right?
around. It's
Wonder
so good.
Woman.
Yeah,
I wonder if they're gonna make like a maybe this can get into the question on this one, but I wonder if they're
oh
going to make a film version of them, and so instead of Wonder Woman, we'll get or
yeah,
whatever.
that would be.
Yeah,
I would
that
totally
we'll
play as
get
that one too. I would just play
we'll
only
get the
as the Wonder
Snyder theme.
Womans.
Yeah,
Perfect. Yeah, I Wonder Woman would be. I love her, and so I like playing with her. And like all the DC characters are super fun. But yeah, they did that with Batman because they had like regular Batman and movie Batman that they like
yeah.
joke back and forth about.
So
Or
they have the Lego
some
movie
people.
Batman, and then just Lego Batman from the games, basically
Yeah.
Lego Batman. And yeah, that absolutely is a weird little like touch where they've got Will Arnett playing one version of him, and then Troy Baker playing the other, I think.
Yeah, I
Or
think
I don't remember if it's Troy or not.
it was Troy, but I don't know if it is in this game. But yeah, it's funny to like those little like things that are so specific to Lego. Like only they could like make it a funny thing and like a joke thing, and not have it be like this big dramatic like, oh, we have two different Batman.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
trying to think.
it's absolutely like a culmination of the all of the Lego games that they've been building on since that first Lego Star Wars,
Mhm.
about the prequel trilogy of all things, and like every like where they've come since, like it
Yeah.
has all kind of led to Lego Dimensions, and yeah, they can kind of be very meta and make those kinds of jokes and
Mhm.
have Batman freak out about the Scarecrow because it's the wrong Scarecrow or something like that,
Yeah, totally.
and crack a joke at the Wizard of Oz.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun. Absolutely a charming, like one of the I mean, especially if you're into Toys to Life, it's the one that got me in, because it's not just like, hey, here's an amiibo that I can set on a thing, or here's a Skylander I can set on a thing, or Disney Infinity. It's, oh, I get to build Legos? That's awesome. I want to do that.
Totally.
I want to do
I'm
that
really
again.
excited for the story packs that they have coming out. I like the Harry Potter franchises, but it's not really like my thing, so I didn't buy the Fantastic Beasts one, but the Lego Batman movie one looks awesome because you get to turn your portal into like the Batcave and it comes with Batgirl, and I'm like, yes, I'm about all of this. So I'm super excited to finally dig into one of those and see what those are like, because that's definitely a lot more meaty than the other level packs and stuff that I have. So it'll be interesting to see like how they're able to incorporate new content. The thing that kind of sucks about Lego Dimensions is that it's only couch co-op for the year 2 world things that they do. And like
battle packs,
yeah, there we go. I was like, I don't even remember what they're called because I never get to play them. So that's not something I've really delved into. I got to play at E3. My friend Jordan and I played through like a round of like Capture the Flag and stuff like that. So it was really fun, but it kind of sucks that you can't play with
that's
anyone.
the kind of thing that like it appeals absolutely to a family of 4.
Oh yeah,
where you've got mom, dad, and the kids basically playing it. But yeah, it's not going to be the thing for us who are the nerds playing it in our 20s and 30s.
Exactly. Well, and it's like because I have like a few friends that like play games and stuff like that. So like Overcooked recently, I've gotten them to buy and stuff like that. So we have like plans to have like an Overcooked night, and that's like one thing that I can get them into. I can't really convince them to play like Lego Dimensions. Even they are like, well, I don't know about that one. Like that's not really my jam. I'm like, oh, I kind of get it, but yeah, that's the only bummer thing about it. I'm trying to think of like what other ones I love. Ghostbusters, Back to the Future. I'm really excited. I have like 4 packs sitting over on the side of my room that I haven't even built yet because I haven't had time to do it yet. Of like I want to like the Goonies stuff that I want to do. I think I have the Portal one over there that I haven't built yet. I don't even remember what the other ones are because I haven't looked at them in a while. But
is the Goonies out already?
I think maybe it's not. No,
I think
can't
Goonies
see it from
is one
here.
of the later ones. Unless you have like an exclusive or something.
No, the only exclusive thing I had was I got through Twitter again. I got exclusive passes to an advanced screening of Fantastic Beasts that was put on by Lego Dimensions. So when we got there, they had like little goodie bags for us of stuff that I still have to send to you because I forgot to give it to you at PSX. But it's like a fun pack, I think, of stuff.
One of the Fantastic Beasts packs.
Yeah, so like I have that to build still. I'm trying to think of what else. I don't really care about Adventure Time, so that wasn't one that I was like gonna buy.
I've got them all, and it's the kind of thing like it makes for like my family's. As much as I say, just give me money or gift cards or something like that for Christmas, they still like giving me physical things that they can wrap, and so a lot of my family, I was basically like, okay, like I like Lego Dimensions. I don't know how quickly I'll be able to get back into it and like build these things, but here are things you can get me, and so I like threw the packs out there, and that was so they gave me like a lot of those packs for Christmas, because it's a thing they know I enjoy it enough, and it was the same last year. It was like I'm never gonna buy the Chima packs or whatever, like the things that I don't care.
Ninjago,
but the completion, the Ninjago, but the completionist in me wants all of them
exactly,
and so I was like, well, I'm not gonna buy these for myself, but my family will, and they did. And so I think I have pretty much everything that's come out at this point, save the Harry or the Fantastic Beasts pack that you have for me.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll mail it next week. But yeah, I'm trying to think of what else. And it's one of those things I think when I don't play for a while, I like kind of forget about it. But then when I do jump back in, that's going to be the point where I'm going to be really glad that I have like a stash of things to build because it'll remind me and I'll get back into that routine of wanting to build all that stuff and jump back in. And I think I'll probably wait till like the next wave of stuff comes out because I think that is like the Goonies and maybe Gremlins and stuff like that are all coming out.
Like Christmas, I got like Gremlins, I got E.T., I got the Fantastic Beasts story pack, and Sonic.
Oh, yeah.
Sonic's one I want to really dive into just because I'm a nerd like that. And I love the Portal Pack. The Portal Pack was one of my favorites of and I knew I was gonna love the Back to the Future pack because I'm such a fan of that series and it's one of my favorite movies. And so when they were like, and there's a Portal Pack too, I was like, oh, like I really love the Portal games, but how's that going to translate into like Lego? And I thought they did a really good job with it. So I'm interested. I have the same kinds of like stuff with Sonic, where I'm like, I enjoyed the Sonic games for what they were at the time. It's not something I need to go back to now, but I'm interested to see what they do with it in Lego version. And just having a Sonic Lego is fun.
I know,
awesome.
so cute. Totally. Yeah, and that was interesting because like when I played through the Portal level in the game, I had never played the Portal games. But that ended up being one of my favorite things, so it was kind of like a reverse thing of like, oh, I really liked that, so I'm going to buy the pack, and now it's like, well, I also kind of want to go back and play the Portal games because it has ended up being one of like my favorite portions of it. So if I ever finish Stardew Valley, maybe I'll get back and do Portal.
There you go. So on this, we had a question specifically from Zyger, specific to Lego Dimensions because he knows we both love it, and helped him get into it inadvertently.
Yeah.
And he got that
even though
stupid
he wouldn't
Supergirl
send me
thing.
his Supergirl figure.
Exactly. I was like right before we recorded, I was like tweeting it, or Josh tweeted at me using in the Toys for Games account. He was like, because he was tweeting about something about Amiibo or something, and I tweeted like Lego Dimensions isn't in any of these Game of the Year conversations, and I tweeted him a picture of like, wait, am I doing Lego Dimensions wrong? And threw my Mario Amiibo on there. He's like, yes, you're clearly doing it wrong because you don't have Supergirl. And I was like, ouch, you cut me deep there.
I hate you.
And it's your fault I don't. And he's like, well, I don't have it either. I'm like, then it's your fault neither of us have it because you gave it to Zyger instead.
Yeah, totally. I know. I've had like multiple times where I'm like, because it's been on sale. Like, it's really not that expensive to get into Lego Dimensions anymore. Like, the starter pack has been like as low as like $35, which is crazy for all the stuff you get to do in it. Even just like on a game level, like $35 for like a WB game is great. Yeah. So I was like, do I just buy it again? Do I do it? And I once they teased the Batgirl figure in the story pack for Lego Batman, I was like, no, like. Supergirl, awesome, great, but Batgirl's like my jam. So
there you go.
I think I'll be placated enough with that.
Nice. Yeah, I the only time I've ever done something like that, I think, is Fallout 3 came out, and I bought the game, and then like played through it, and I was like, I want to play more of this game. I want to play the DLC packs and stuff, and the DLC packs were all like still $10 a piece. And I could, instead of buying $50 worth of DLC, I could get a Fallout 3 Game of the Year edition for $20 that had all of that stuff in it. So I have 2 copies of Fallout 3 because it was way cheaper to do that thing. But I don't think Supergirl is worth the $35 or $50 or whatever just for that one figure. No. I'm sure they'll figure out a way to do it for solo eventually. So anyway, Zyger had the question, very complicated that like we're not gonna play by his rules, but we'll kind of touch on it. But I will read his question. So you've been put in charge of Lego Dimensions Year 3. Using this guide, what do you add to the game? 1 story pack from any movie within 2017 and or 2018, 4 level packs of any franchise of your choosing, 2 or 3 team packs of your choosing, 6 character packs of your choosing. At least 1 level pack has to be a video game franchise that isn't currently in the game. And also, what color of the base? What color were you put for the base of Year 3? So I'm broadening this out to what do we want to see in Lego Dimensions Year 3? Because it was neither of us felt like doing like
that's a lot of homework
before this. It's the kind of thing like that would make for a great like topic on something like the Kind of Funny Games cast, where it's like you come in with that and you make that an episode. But if it was just you and me sitting here talking and figuring out, okay, well, what is the 1 story pack we want to make, or what are the 4 franchises we want to touch on? It's like, I don't want this to become like a whole bunch of hemming and hawing while we think of something. Yeah. So let's just kind of think of off the top of our head without restrictions necessarily what we'd like to see, kind of using his suggestions as a template. So first of all, I think we can go with the easiest one. What would you want to see in terms of the base, the color of the base?
I want it to be pink, obviously, because I love pink.
Pink.
It's my favorite color.
I can go with
either
pink.
that.
I was thinking a red.
Okay.
Which would like in like the translucent version would look more pink anyway.
Yeah, I would think it'd be cool to have something metallic, like a gold or a silver too. Though that seems like
your 2 is gold.
Is it really? But it's like not. Yeah. But it's not metallic though. It's like the yellow.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I want like an actual like metallic base.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how that would work, but I like pink and I like sparkles. So if we could get something like that figured out, that'd be great. I know that probably is really appealing to the wider audience.
Absolutely what I want, pink and sparkles.
Yeah, I know. But Zyger said if I was in charge, and that's what I would do if I was in charge. I'm totally cheating because I pulled up 27 movie releases on my computer because there's a lot of stuff that's coming out. But the two things that immediately came to mind when I saw Zyger's tweet this morning was I want Power Rangers because I think that would be awesome. And I would love some form of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in LEGO Dimensions.
Okay. Nice.
Those are like two favorite childhood franchises, and I don't know how they would do it, but I feel like they could. I don't feel like it would be that hard, nor is it really that far outside of the realm of possibility.
I feel like Power Rangers has to be on their short list of things that they're trying to get. So
yeah, especially with the movie coming out this year, it seems like it would make sense.
And have you seen some of the like they have the fan designs that people can go and vote on, and they do well enough they become actual things. Have you seen the Power Rangers?
I have not.
Design. Really cool. I think you'd get a kick out of it. Power Rangers is a great choice. I'm of the camp that I hope, and it intrigues me from a business standpoint more than anything really. But I want to see like Marvel and Disney and Star Wars get in the LEGO Dimensions game now that Disney Infinity is discontinued.
No.
The idea of like a Marvel and DC like playing nice together.
Yeah, that'd be super fun.
I think right now would only happen in something like LEGO Dimensions, and like we touched on, I think they could have a ton of fun with it and have like Superman and Captain America. And like Iron Man and Batman basically being like, wait, like we're both billionaires and and just kind of like have all of those like fan jokes that we have about it. Basically, make the whole thing a Deadpool game effectively.
Oh.
Like so maybe Story Pack 2 is Deadpool 2,
awesome.
and it's just everybody from Marvel comes in.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
And Deadpool comments on all of it. So yeah, that's what I'd love to see, and like Star Wars and all that stuff obviously would be a ton of fun. Even though I'm sure we'll also be getting we'll be getting Disney in the form of like Kingdom Hearts eventually at some point, whenever that happens. But yeah, I want to see kind of those sets, even like Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
As a level pack come in, you get like the 3 movies or something, because there is the Indiana Jones was one of the first franchises they did outside of Star Wars that I remember playing and having a great time with it.
Yeah,
ton of fun with Indy. What other franchises are you thinking you'd want to see kind of tackled?
I think
outside of like movies.
Oh, outside of movies, because I think Guardians of the Galaxy would be like a good fit of like it's already kind of that like tongue in cheek. Like it doesn't take itself too seriously, and I think that's what LEGO's really good at.
Yeah.
Outside of movies, I feel like,
or I mean, it doesn't have to be outside of movies, but outside of like movies that are coming out next year. Meaning, so like
some older stuff.
So yeah, like in the vein of Goonies or something like that.
Never-ending Story, I think would be awesome. Like a Lego Luck Dragon would be so good. Though I did go back and watch that movie like fairly recently in like the last 6 months, and it is weird and creepy. And maybe not super child appropriate.
Same with Labyrinth, which would also make another good, interesting choice.
A nice little Bowie tribute.
Yeah.
I think stuff like that would be awesome. The hard thing about doing all of this is that LEGO Dimensions is so good about pulling in random things that you would never think to put in a game, like Doctor Who. I would never have thought to like tap into that franchise for a LEGO game. So I think there's, the whole thing is like outside of the box. Or...
I Yeah, I think something like Rugrats would be
Oh,
an interesting
interesting.
pull, or like something like Nick Childhood, like
Nickelodeon
animated,
childhood.
like Doug and Rugrats or Ren and Stimpy even.
Yeah.
At least that's like those are like if I were to pick one of those, I would say Rugrats because I think it's the most well known and accessible
Yeah.
of the batch, and you just have like a little Tommy Pickles and running around with some I don't know, a Reptar is like his companion thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think that would be
Um,
super fun.
yeah,
I would
because
like that.
that's also what we're getting now is like we've hit on so many of the '80s series. Now we got to start kind of moving into the '90s and see
Yeah.
what that stuff looked like. Like a Saved by the Bell would be weird.
But that would be
Golden Girls,
awesome.
Golden Girls is another
Thank
one
you
that
for
I like.
being a friend.
Yeah, Golden
Yeah.
Girls I think is a fan favorite Lego set.
Oh yeah. That would be awesome if they just like played the theme song at all times. Like I would never play anything else. Like just because I like the theme song.
Just have that going and Wonder Woman playing.
Oh my gosh. I would be just the happiest person.
Thank you for being a Wonder Woman.
Yeah. I know. And then if somehow we could get the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger theme song and be the Pink Ranger,
Yeah.
that would be
Nice.
awesome. That's my one concern about them doing like a Power Rangers one is like they've moved into the we're going to have one minifig that you can turn into multiple characters, which would make sense for something like Power Rangers.
Yeah,
But I
give you,
selfishly
like,
want
the Green Ranger.
Yeah, but I want
you
a
could
Pink
be any of
Ranger.
them. Right.
So maybe I would just have to like paint it or something and get I feel like that's
Right.
when I just get real like I just need to take a look at my life and be like maybe I don't need to be painting minifigs, maybe I just need to take a step back.
You can get Josh to create
To
them.
do a custom one?
For their do their custom thing. He gets 5 packs and you makes them for each, and you get a whole Power Ranger set.
Josh, if you're listening to this and you end up doing this for like an extra life thing, do not put me and Trevor in a bidding war for more minifigs, please. Oh dear
Or
Lord.
make 2 sets and we each get one.
Perfect. You could just not even put them up on eBay and we'll just pay you for them. How
Yeah,
about that?
yeah.
Less
Just
stressful.
buy custom Lego Dimensions figures from him.
I think.
Um,
I would love to see Transformers. I don't know how they would do that, but I think that would be something fun.
Interesting.
Especially
one
because
of the things, like one of the little things I love about Lego's Dimensions that I think it goes very unnoticed is that every like vehicle or whatever you get has 3 configurations
Yeah.
like, designed into the game, and you
crazy.
can choose and rebuild them. I never do, but it's cool that they're there and that they that somebody put the time and said, okay, what else can we take the Simpsons TV set and turn it into?
Yeah.
We need 2 other things. I love that they are that versatile with such, like relatively small like pieces. So I think totally they could do something with Transformers.
Yeah.
In that vein.
I just don't know, like, I guess story-wise you could totally do something. But yeah, that was what I was going to say about the vehicles. Like, that is a very Transformers-esque thing. So I feel like it wouldn't be hard for them to do that at all. But yeah, that taps into, like, more of the 90s stuff.
True. Any video game franchises you'd like to see them maybe try and tackle?
Stardew Valley in Lego Dimensions, and I would never have to do anything again in my entire life. I don't know.
You would just get a farm, and that's like the hub world for Stardew Valley. And it's
Or
just...
even better, if I could put the Lego Dimensions characters into Stardew Valley. So instead of having like the characters that I have to go talk to, and I haven't even done any of the relationship stuff in Stardew Valley. But if I could like marry Batman and be best friends with Wonder Woman, game over. That's it. Joey's playing nothing else for the rest of her life.
I feel like you just need to play Stardew Valley on PC and find somebody to do that for you as a mod.
Yeah, but that just seems like a lot of work too.
That's fair.
I like
That's
to fantasize
fair.
about this instead.
I was thinking about like video game franchises earlier, and like given that Portal's already in there, I would think it would be the ultimate troll if like Half-Life 3 was just like folded into Lego Dimensions.
Not an
If,
actual game, but
if-
just a portion of Lego
it's
Dimensions.
it's like they just say, and here's the Half-Life 3 pack for Lego Dimensions.
Yeah.
And like Lego pays millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to get it basically. And Valve's like, okay, sure, here you go.
Awesome. Yeah.
I would just love to see what the industry looks like and does with something like that.
Totally. So
In
much
terms like
confusion.
outside of that, yeah, I don't know. Like that's the one that immediately comes to mind. Is just like that would just be funny. Um,
An
yeah, I'm trying
equivalent
to
of
think of
like
what.
a knack 2 pack.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm trying to think of what other like franchises I would love to see the Lego spin on. What other game franchises like I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know. And this is what I
What would
this is what I
Lego
didn't want to
Pokemon
like
look
dive
like?
into. What would a Lego Pokemon look like? That's
Yeah.
like I think you could make Lego Dimensions 2 as just a I think that could be its own entire game. And it
Yeah.
would sell millions and millions of things because everybody would want to catch them all and build every single and you make each thing buildable into its evolutionary forms.
Oh,
So you make your Bulbasaur figure that can then evolve into an Ivysaur and then a Venusaur,
I want the Eevee pack right now, please.
and yeah, Eevee, but you get like a billion different Eevees. Um,
That would be awesome.
yeah,
And if they could somehow incorporate Pokemon Snap into that, I would totally be in.
like that's just the levels. It's just taking pictures of all these Pokemon that you're creating.
Yeah. I like that.
Well, I'm sure they've kept an eye on the like Pokemon Go craze and are like, let's figure out what we can do with that too.
Yeah, totally.
I'm gonna try and think like it'd be really cool to see something like Mario or Link in there, like the old school. I like personally Pie in the Sky. I would love to see an Earthbound. It's a like just it's got such a cult following, and I think you could have fun with those characters and some of just the weird like you could have. Not that any of this means anything to you, because I imagine this is one of the games that you are not very familiar with.
I was
But
actually talking with Barrett about Earthbound over New Year's Eve, so I have like a
okay,
little bit of a
okay,
little tiny bit.
nice. So like one of the characters, Jeff, is like a nerd character, and he has basically a UFO spaceship that he fixes and repairs, and like you fly around the world in. So I would love to see them like play with like something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are like just the weird, completely off the cuff things I would love that I don't expect to ever see, but it'd be really cool. And the video game related one is the one I think excites me the most.
Yeah.
In whatever they come up with and figure out how they're going to do a new spin on some other established franchise. Because yeah, like Portal knocked it out of the park, and I imagine the Sonic one does as well, but I haven't gone hands on with it myself.
Yeah. I know. That's what's so interesting about Dimensions 2 is like they pick franchises that I would never think that they would be able to get the rights for. And so like it's easy to like dismiss things of like I would like for like I would love to see like a Lego Beauty and the Beast or I'm like but it's Disney, but I'm like but I don't know. It's probably
Yeah,
not
exactly.
that far out of the realm of possibility now that especially now that Infinity's no longer in the game.
Yeah. The one of the ones I was just thinking, I'm surprised a little bit actually. So I've got two. I'm surprised you didn't say Fast and the Furious franchise or set.
That is a good point. I don't know why.
But also in the spirit of like because when you started talking about your stuff at the beginning, I was like, ooh, and what if they went completely off the wall and made a La La Land set? But then I'm like, oh, maybe not La La Land, but let's take it back and basically give it the Wizard of Oz treatment and do Singing in the Rain.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like have a Singing in the Rain level pack or something, where you're just for whatever reason you're going through and
or Grease or like another one of those big musicals.
Yeah.
Grease is like probably not. It's way more adult than people remember.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. When so the Kind of Funny guys were just talking about it on one of their episodes, and
really?
and it came up, and immediately I was thinking about the fact that I didn't know that there was a line in Grease Lightning for the longest time about it being a real pussy wagon because I had only ever watched the like made for TV edit of it that my parents had like taped when I was a kid. So I watched that for like the longest time. And then it was like years later when I was like, wait, what did they just say?
Yeah, totally. I went to an anniversary like showing that they did in the theaters with it with my mom, and it was a sing-along version, so they had like animated words that were popping up on the screen. We were singing along and we were looking at it and looking at each other like, why didn't you let me watch this as a kid? She's like, I didn't know I didn't realize that's what they were saying. But when you see those words like in context in the song, you're like, oh, okay, this different connotation. And like for the longest time I didn't know that they thought that Rizzo was pregnant and stuff like that. I'm like,
Oh
totally
yeah,
oblivious
like
as a child.
yeah, bun in the oven stuff completely went over my head, and I was like, oh, that's why is she cooking? Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is Kaneki so worried that she's baking? She's taking a baking class.
Exactly. So it's so funny.
Um,
But at the same time, like Lego Dimensions is like you put those little small comments in, and like it's like a throwback for like the people that catch it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, and that's like there are, series that they're touching on that do kind of deal with in more adult, like adult themes. I mean, even something like Ghostbusters has blowjob jokes in it, and the new one has like queef jokes in it and stuff. It's like, yeah, those are like the kids who are playing these games, and they're not obviously going to be included in the game necessarily, but like Lego can find a way around those ideas and those. And figure out a way to kind of handle those with care. So
2 things just popped into my brain. One of them being Lego Dimensions, The Breakfast Club, and Lego Dimensions Ferris Bueller.
Nice, yep.
I feel like Ferris Bueller would be really fun because it's more like adventure-y. And you could go around Chicago and do the parade and stuff like that, where Breakfast Club is like definitely a little bit more limited. But I think that would be super fun.
Yeah, here's one going off of that. Lego Home Alone.
Ooh, and you have all the traps and
exactly like every level is or like the level pack is basically like you play through Home Alone and then you play through Lost in New York.
Yeah.
I think I need to reach out to Arthur Parsons on Twitter and be like, hey, make this a thing.
Perfect. We'll just send him this whole section.
Exactly. Yeah.
And go from there.
I'll just copy him on the tweets. You can use your kind of funny influence now.
Perfect.
And be like, make sure he sees it. Greg always touches on Short Circuit. I think that would be an inspired choice as well.
I don't have any connection to Short Circuit.
I mean, it's very like it's a little before your time. Yeah. I think, and doesn't have the same kind of like lasting power as like as a Breakfast Club, but like also like Weird Science would be another weird one to include and factor in. So yeah, those are I think we've covered our bases on a flurry of interesting options for what Lego Dimensions Year 3 could be.
Hopefully that's adequate for you, Zyger, even though we didn't follow your direct instructions.
We gave you even more stuff there, Zyger, so you can deal. Yeah. Great. Yay Lego Dimensions, and yay the like being some of the weird people in this community that really latched onto it. I
know.
I love it.
It's really fun. Like
I really enjoyed Lego games. I got my sister for Christmas the Lego Harry Potter ones.
Oh, I want to play through those too.
That got like remastered, and I was like because I know I got her Lego Harry Potter back on like the PS2 or the PS3 or whenever they first came out, I got them for her, and I was like, hey, like you're always looking for things to play with Joel, her husband, and I was like, like this will be fun. But if you don't want to play it, I'll play them first or something, or like I'll take them off your hands and I'll play it myself. And then she was like, no, like I'm good. We'll play it. And I was like, damn. So now I'm like, okay, do I go and get myself a copy, or do I wait until do I wait for a little while and just kind of play other things? So
what you do is you buy Stardew Valley for PS4 to like fill your time until they're done with the Lego Harry Potter.
Like I said, it's sitting in my cart right now, and PlayStation emails me and is like, "Hey, we noticed you left something in there." And I'm like, "It'll happen. It'll happen eventually."
Yeah.
But yes, hooray Lego Dimensions. All right, moving on. Topic number 3, the getting to know you topic, which we had established as the Fast and the Furious. But if you want to dive into, or like, I mean, it's my show. We can just talk about Fast and Furious and La La Land if you want.
Okay, that's perfect.
Like,
because I
have very little to say about Fast and the Furious.
I know.
So I'll let you,
that was the thing of
like you gush about it for forever, and then we can just kind of throw our La La Land spoiler cast thoughts out there.
I like this idea very much, because that was the thing. I was like, it was kind of a joke that I was going to talk about the Fast and Furious because I ask about it every week in your questions. But I'm like, Trevor hasn't. You've only seen the first one, right?
Yep.
So it's like, it's just going to be me talking about the Fast and Furious for like forever.
If I had access to them and like the inclination, I thought about trying to like cram in a movie marathon the last couple days. When you first mentioned it, I was like, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I have all of them, Trevor. You can just borrow them next time you come out. I'm not letting you leave
Exactly.
California next time I see you until we watch all of them.
There we go. We will hang out Nikki's wedding weekend, and we will watch them.
Perfect. Okay, I'll bring them.
And Fate of the oh wait, we're missing Fate of the Furious by like a week.
No, it comes out that weekend.
There we go. We will do a big old movie marathon.
Perfect. It comes out that
and
Thursday.
You will like bum rush me with Fast and the Furious movies.
It's gonna be so great. So yeah, the Fast and the Furious, like, it's so funny because for so long, the Fast and the Furious was like the joke franchise that nobody liked, and it's like crappy movies and stuff like that. And I feel like only in the last few years that like it's gotten cool again. But I started watching it when the first one came out, which was like 2001 maybe. I remember seeing it with my dad because growing up, my dad has always had like a lot of varied interests of like, for a while he'd be like super into golf and then super into photography. So for a while he had like a 99 Mustang that he used to race. So car racing was like kind of a normal thing in our family, and he'd work on the car and we'd go to like Laguna Seca and he'd like go race for stuff. So he wanted to go see that movie, and I'm an only child, so I feel like I end up like my love of baseball is very much like because of my dad, and it's like he didn't have like a son or anything like that. So I got to experience all those things that would normally be like a gender, like wouldn't normally, I guess. If he would have had a son, probably would have gravitated more towards like teaching him about stuff like that. So I kind of got roped into the Fast and the Furious movies, and I watched it, and like I was fairly young. I was like in junior high when they came out, but I really liked it. Like it was fun racing cars, and Paul Walker was cute, so I was totally into that. And then, yeah, it just like, after a while, it definitely like outgrew like a thing that my dad and I did of, I don't really remember watching the second one. I don't even know if I saw it, which is by far the worst one, no matter what Damien tells you.
I'm not even sure if I saw it, but it's the worst one.
No, I didn't see it at the time. I've seen it since then for sure, because I have all of them. But I don't think I saw it like upon release. But it's the one that I've definitely watched the least amount of times compared to all the rest of them. And even though Damien likes to claim that it's not the worst one, he's
Too Fast, Too Furious. And it's weird, so I say I've seen the first one because I remember seeing the first one probably in theaters, like with friends in high school or something. Wherever I was when it came out, I saw it with friends. Mm-hmm. And like a movie like that, and movies like, I don't know, like Bond movies or something, I will get like super amped and like, oh, that was really cool. Like all the car stuff they did was really cool. And then I'll like hop in my car and I'll like pretend, and I'm like, nope, don't do that because you don't want to get in a wreck or anything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I may have even seen Too Fast and Too Furious, or Too Fast, Too Furious, again, like with friends or something. But if I did, it is completely blocked from my mind, and I don't remember anything of it.
Yeah.
And then just by the time Tokyo Drift came around, I was like, wait, and none of these characters are the characters that I like. I don't. So, and I never came back to it.
Yeah. The second one does have like redeeming qualities of like, that's where you meet, like, I think, what is it? This is how long it's been. It's like, that's where I think you meet both Ludacris and Tyrese. In them.
No, I think Tyrese is in the first one.
No, he's not.
Somebody's in the first one, aren't they? Like, isn't somebody there like their car guy? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure
I'll look it up. You keep talking.
And so, like, there's redeeming qualities. And then, it is, like, the third one at the time when it came out that everyone was like, what is this? Like, none of the characters' little Bow Wows in here. That's weird. And then, like, you do have the end spoilers, obviously, for all of this, that Dom's in it. And so it's like, okay, he's in it. But it's not till you get further down the franchise of... you see how the third movie ties in, and I think that was probably like a story thing that they figured out eventually. Like, if we're going to make this a franchise, we have to make sure that this is like a cohesive story, so we have to turn it into like some weird out of order thing.
Yeah.
So...
It's a weird anthology. I was thinking Ja Rule. That's who I was thinking is in the first one.
Yeah, Sorry. He is. Monica! That's like the one line that he has that I remember.
Yeah, I was like, I remember some rapper from the era being in that movie.
Totally. And I think that was like a big career mistake for him of like not continuing, because he was good. And then Ludacris came in and totally took over and blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah, and you're right. Tyrese that was the first one. Tyrese was in
second
because he took over basically for the Vin Diesel role.
Exactly. So yeah, so then it was like the third one, I was like, that's weird. And then 4, it continues the story well enough. And then 5 is really like the addition of The Rock.
Yeah,
Like you
that was where
can't.
it all came together.
Yeah. And those are fun because it's 5 is definitely less of a car movie and more of like a heist movie, and then 6 gets back to its roots of like being back about cars and making that a priority, but still having it be fun and still have The Rock in it. And then 7 is just like heartbreaking.
Well, I've seen people talk about them now as like as superhero movies.
Oh yeah.
But without like an established superhero.
Totally.
Obviously, none of the things that are happening in those movies could feasibly really.
Oh yeah, like
in
driving between 2 giant towers. Like yeah, that's totally a normal thing that happens on the regular.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like a fun franchise. It's so weird to me still that people like it, because for so long I was in the minority of like, I remember I was like talking to this guy and I was like, oh yeah, I just like, because I had just bought the whole like set on DVD at the time, and he was like, you just spent money on the Fast and Furious movies, like you're crazy. And I was like, no, but they're good, and it's just like, it's not just about cars, and that's like for the longest time what everybody,
it's about family.
Well yeah, and it's like, that's what's so funny of like anybody outside of the kind of funny community, like if you say that, it doesn't, they're like, okay, I guess it's about family. But it's like, that's very much like a kind of funny joke of like it being cool and fun now, and like the whole family thing. So it's just, it's weird. But it is funny. It is like, I didn't realize that so many people hadn't seen it, because you've only seen the first one. Alex, I think, has only seen the first one. Yeah. I think somebody else popped up in the last couple days.
Andy from Rooster Teeth.
Andy, that's right.
Seen the first one.
I'm not letting, the next time all of you in California, I'm not letting any of you leave until we watch all of Fast and Furious.
Kind of Funny Live 3, Fast and the Furious Day, and it's just like Friday. That's all we do. We rent out a Cineplex,
theater,
and we all just watch through all of the Fast
one
and Furious
marathon
movies.
What were they doing? I feel like they do that between like a lot of, or before, or was it the Star Wars movies that they were doing, like, or the Harry Potter movies?
Star Wars, did, like, Marvel. They've been doing Marvels where it's like you can watch like every Marvel movie leading up to the next one in like a 24-hour marathon. Like I know they did that with Avengers 2. It was like, okay, and here's every movie. It's a 24-hour marathon, and it ends in, you get to see like Avengers 2 6 hours before anybody else or something like that.
Yeah, that's totally what we're gonna do. Community events, all Fast and Furious themed.
Yep. Kind of chiming off of this topic, again, a couple Fast and Furious specific questions from Trevor Starkey at Snarky Starkey. He asks, what is best Fast Furious?
The best one. That's a tough one. I want to say there's a difference between fast and or best and favorite, I guess, because I don't know if I can objectively say what the best one is, because I am so like partial to the 6th one. I think it's at this point they all kind of like blend together because I've seen them so much that I kind of forget like what order they go in. The other thing, let's see if I can find out where there's one song at the end. I think it's Fast 6. Fast and Furious. It is at the end of Fast 5, where they like get all the money. It's like the last sequence is this really like peppy like Latin song. And they like, that used to be my alarm to wake up in the morning because it always put me like in a really good mood. So I think that one's, I like the whole 5, 6, 7, I think are really, really good. The original one is great, and that's like the beginning. So it'll always be like a special movie. 2, I don't care about. 3, I've come around on. 4 is probably one of the lower ones, too. But 5, 6, and 7 are like the upper echelon for sure of Fast and Furious movies, which makes me really excited about what they're going to do for the next ones. And I also just really love The Rock too. So between The Rock and Vin Diesel, that I have like a weird crush obsession with, and then Paul Walker, who's not going to be around anymore, but who I also have loved even since the like She's All That days back in the day. All of those 5, 6, and 7. The ones to go. I'll keep telling you that when we go through the marathon and you just like want to kill yourself because you hate these movies, but they do get better.
I've suffered through plenty of bad movies for the sake of having funny friends, so
I can guarantee you that it's better than the Alvin and the Chipmunks movie.
Yeah,
I will bet you money on that one.
I don't doubt that in the slightest. Except maybe two.
Yeah, that's true.
Zyger at Zyger1337 asks, what are your thoughts on Fast and Furious movies? Obviously, we've already touched on a lot of that. And do you believe family is dead?
I don't believe that family is dead. Zyger, obviously. I'm trying to... Have you seen the trailer for Fast 8? Do you know anything? Do you care?
I have, yes.
Okay.
I've followed along. I've seen the submarine coming out of the ice.
Yes.
I see that Dom is working with...
Charlize
Theron as Angelina Jolie from Gone in 60 Seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's just like a reimagining of all the different car franchises.
She's a super hacker.
Yeah. I can't decide if he is being blackmailed and that's why he's working with her, or if he's like being brainwashed and that's why he's working with her. I'm going with the blackmailed, just because at the core of that, like, he's sacrificing himself for the family, and that seems like most in line with the Dom character that we know, especially with like all of the stuff that happened in the movies previously with like his love interest and stuff like that.
And then because they've already dealt with the brainwashed idea, right?
Yeah, so that's why I don't think that it could be that like amnesia.
Seems like they wouldn't want to like
rehash that,
retread that.
So I think it has to be like a blackmail thing. That's my take.
Cool. Yeah, it's a series that I'm like, I know it's there, and I know it has a huge like following in our community, and I'm sure they're fun movies, and I'm sure I would enjoy them. But they're like, I just so rarely watch movies these days anyway that I'm not like, if I still had my old setup where I had like a TV and then another TV that I could throw on like a movie and while I'm playing a video game, I would absolutely throw those on in the background and just kind of let them be stupid while I'm playing something like Stardew Valley. Absolutely. But right now I am more limited in my setup, so but maybe someday.
You're not interested enough to dedicate time specifically to this franchise.
There's so much to do that I'm not going to just sit and watch Fast and Furious. I'm too much of a multitasker to do that.
No, I totally get it.
Yeah. So anything else on Fast and Furious you want to touch on before we dive into gushing about La La Land?
I'm just like really upset with myself that I didn't put Fast and Furious in our Lego Dimensions thing and you had to call me out on it. Like, I feel like a total fake ass fan now.
Exactly. I feel like you're fake gamer girl, fake Fast Furious
I know. Girl. I think it's because I had like compartmentalized all of my Fast and Furious into knowing that we were going to do another topic about it. I just didn't even think about it, but
yeah,
I do want it.
Yeah. Which character would you want as a Lego character?
I mean, I feel like you would have to do Paul Walker, but I feel like that would be really sad. So second to that would probably have to be Vin Diesel. Though I just want it. I want The Rock in everything. So
you make it a team pack and you get them both.
There you go. Or we just and then to have The Rock in like Jumanji.
Yeah, nice. Hadn't even thought about that.
And we'll do that, and
or even I mean, you could do what they did with Ghostbusters, where you just get both Jumanjis.
Ooh.
You get a Robin Williams Jumanji and you get a Rock Jumanji.
And you can flip back and forth. I like that. Yes. We'll add that.
Wish we talked about that in our last topic.
Addendum to topic 2.
Addendum to topic 2. All right, La La Land. So we've both seen it twice. Did you see it with Greg when he went and saw it? Nice.
After I went back to the Airbnb, went over to their place and we went and saw La La Land because all the other guys had already seen it, and he was in Canada. It wasn't out there yet. And I was like, I have already seen it. I will see it again because I'm going to see it again eventually. But yeah, I liked it even more the second time. I don't really buy a ton of music. So the only music that I have on my phone as of like this week is 24 Karat Magic by Bruno Mars and the entire La La Land soundtrack. And I've just been listening to it over and over and over again. It's so good. And even just like keeping up on the Golden Globes that were going on tonight before we started recording and seeing it win for best song. It got some
music. Ryan Gosling won for
Emma. I just got a text from my mom. Emma Stone won.
Excellent.
Like that, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting because musicals have been relatively dead as a genre, like, or at least very low lying,
Yeah.
for quite some time, especially one of like to this degree, because like the Pitch Perfects are kind of a different
Hmm.
vibe, obviously, but this is so like old Hollywood.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. It's and I went in like almost I went in having heard a ton of buzz about the movie, but
yeah.
having not I hadn't seen any trailers or anything
Oh,
for it.
really?
I went in as like as cold as I could basically, and I was just like everybody's talking about how great La La Land is, and I
Hmm.
heard like it's a musical, and I was like okay. And I did the same thing I did with Stardew Valley, where I went into La La Land. I was like, if this is really good, I'm gonna really hate all the people that don't like other musicals. Just
Yeah.
like I hated all the people that liked Stardew Valley that had never played a Harvest Moon or something like that. I was
Oh,
like,
don't hate me.
I no, and it's like it's a fake hate. It's
Oh,
hipster
yeah.
hate. It's like it's Trevor as hipster, like facetious hate. But yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, I got, I think I knew going in, I was like, I had heard like Singing in the Rain as kind of like a comparison. I was like, oh,
Hmm.
okay, like Singing in the Rain. I've seen like one of my girlfriends, it was like her favorite movie, and so we watched it,
Yeah.
and it didn't resonate with me at
Hmm.
that time and place. And so yeah, going into La La Land, I was like, I don't know what I'm like. I know everybody that I like and respect, critic like who like likes the things I like is talking about this in a very positive fashion. And I like
Hmm.
musicals. I I like modern musicals more so than I like 50s era musicals. Um,
Yeah.
so we'll see. And I was like, oh, and this is the guy that did Whiplash. I loved Whiplash, so I had like I went in with high hopes
Yeah.
and expectations. But yeah, knowing almost nothing about it. And yeah, I was like from the opening number, I was like, yep, I'm in. Whatever
That's
we like, wherever this goes, I'm along for the ride. We're gonna have some fun.
that's so funny because that I had like a very different experience of like
Right? Yeah.
I watched that first number and I don't know if it was like because I was with so I went and saw it with both my mom and my dad. And my dad doesn't really care about musicals, but he was like, I'll go see it, and so maybe I was thinking about it with like him in mind of like, ooh, this number was even like a little bit much for me. Like if the whole thing is like this, I got like from it. I don't know why I got like a very much like a Jesus Christ Superstar vibe off of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why out of all the musicals I've seen, that one popped into my head. But I was like, the whole thing is like this. That might be much for me. And then my dad for sure isn't gonna like it. But it definitely like found it mellowed out for sure throughout it. Um, but I love musicals, like whether it be movie or anything like that, of like kind of all genres and times and stuff like that. So I knew that I would probably like it going in, especially with Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling and seeing their work together in like Gangster Squad and Crazy Stupid Love.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure like how the musical thing was going to be. Like I knew that Ryan Gosling had like some musical background. He has like like a secret band that doesn't really do anything anymore. So I knew that he had some musical stuff, but I didn't know really Emma Stone, like what she
It
was capable of.
Fun fact: I have like friends that because Emma Stone like grew up and started out here and then
Oh.
left Phoenix to go she famously did like a PowerPoint presentation to her parents when she was like a teenager, basically
Mm-hmm.
saying, "This is why I want to move to LA and become an actress."
Oh my god,
But
that's so funny.
I have friends in my theater circles here that did shows with her.
Oh, that's
Um,
weird.
the person, so I went and saw when I went and saw La La Land a second time.
Mm-hmm.
The woman I went with, her brother had done a show with Emma Stone
Oh, that's so
years
funny.
ago at I want to say Valley Youth Theater here in Arizona, and so yeah, it was like she in particular goes and sees Emma Stone's work like with family members usually because they're friends of the family kind of thing,
Yeah.
and so it was like it's there. So for me, it was the other way. I had like a hometown connection for Emma, and I
Mm-hmm.
knew that she, I knew that she kind of cut her teeth a little bit doing theater here, and so, but I didn't know as much about like how Ryan Gosling was gonna do. I like it like you. I liked them in Gangster Squad together, and I liked them in Crazy Stupid Love, but I don't see much of his other stuff. Like The
Oh.
Notebook, I saw, and I was like,
Oh,
eh.
I love Ryan Gosling. I'll pretty much see anything that Ryan Gosling's
I
in.
like one of the his that I always want to see and I just haven't yet. It's the same as like a Fast and Furious is Drive. I've heard
Oh,
he's
Drive
great
is
in that.
so good.
I've heard he knocks it out of the park in that, and I just never got around to seeing it.
Drive is really good, and Blue Valentine is really good. That's one that he did with Michelle Williams. That's kind of like an indie,
Oh
more
yeah, I
love
remember.
story one. But like
Yep.
even in there, there's one scene where he's like playing a ukulele and singing. So like even that, you kind of get like a little bit of a vibe from that.
Hmm.
But I was like thoroughly impressed by Emma Stone. I thought was fine, but like I was really impressed by like all the piano playing that he did, and like
Yeah.
looking up after that he spent 3 months learning jazz piano for this role. I'm like, that is incredible. Because it
Yeah.
was, even when I was watching,
I
like
did the
you see
same.
the scenes, and I'm like watching him play piano. I'm like, it actually looks like he's playing. It doesn't look like he's just like randomly like hitting keys. And I
Yeah.
was like, this is impressive. Either this is really good editing or CGI or something like that, or he's actually playing.
Yeah. I did the same thing. I was like, that was one of the things I walked away, just like I did with Whiplash, where I immediately looked up to see if Miles Teller had like really been playing the drums there.
Hmm.
I looked up to see if Ryan Gosling had really been playing the piano, and yeah, I was in both cases I was impressed by how much work the respective actors had
Hmm.
done on it, and like seeing like comments in there about like John Legend being like jealous of how of
Yeah.
how good Ryan Gosling had picked it up
Oh,
after
totally.
being like a trained pianist for years and
Hmm.
years. Yeah, that's like it boggles my mind, and it's the kind of thing like people are a little more down on his like singing, and I'm not at all, because that's exactly like he's right in my range.
Hmm.
So like I can sing all of the Ryan Gosling stuff in La La Land
Yeah.
and sound pretty on par with him and how
Hmm.
he's doing it. So I'm like, no problems here. And I know
Yeah.
he's hitting the notes. He's doing what's asked for him. It's just he has a lower register, which is not the kind of like big belty thing you normally get in a musical.
Yeah.
Um,
Totally.
so it's much more it's like undercut, downplayed kind of stuff. So I get I get where that sentiment is coming from
Hmm.
when people talk about it, but I'm like, it doesn't bother me.
No.
I don't think he's flat or anything. I think he's hitting the notes he needs to hit, and he just has a different timbre to his voice that
Yeah.
you don't normally get.
Did you think that Emma Stone was pitchy?
I think it's the same kind of thing. I think she's doing what's asked of her in the songs, and it's a little. I think it's intentionally a little floaty,
Mm.
and occasionally gets up into kind of a head voice
Yeah.
that doesn't it it doesn't sync as much with like her acting.
Yeah.
She's she is much more down and grounded like another lower voice naturally. So
Hmm.
when she is going up into her head voice for it, it it seems like a disconnect between the singing and the performance. But it doesn't bother me. I don't think it's bad. I think it's just a choice that might not be for everybody.
Yeah. Because that was something that someone had brought up to me at work after I had seen it, because she had seen it before me. And it was the same thing of like, really notice that, but I'm not the person to notice that in general. But on my second thing, I was like, oh, I can kind of see it, but it still doesn't detract from her performance for me
Yeah, it's. I
enough.
mean, even the phrase like she's being pitchy or something like that is that's a very um, like, not. I'm trying to think the right word. It's not redundant, but it's a very like simplified way of saying like there's something in there that I don't like that doesn't fit me,
Yeah.
and I've heard Paula Abdul say pitchy or somebody, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
say that's pitchy, and because they can't actually quantify what they're actually trying to what their real issue is musically,
Yeah.
like
They don't have
taking
the
in
the
musicality
musical
of it.
background to identify what the actual issue is.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of my take on the performances, and going back to kind of that the original or the opening number. It was the like it does what like a good opening number in a musical needs to do of like, hey, we're letting you know this is a musical. And the fact that it ends with like everybody getting in their back in their cars and like slamming on the horns, that's what sold it to me. Whereas yeah, if it
Hmm.
was like just the whole time everybody's like dancing on cars and stuff, I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, this is gonna be weird. But then they get back in and immediately like hit the mundanity of being stuck in LA traffic or something, and it
Yeah.
goes straight into the movie where I was like, okay,
It
so
grounds it into the story.
this is musical, so there's going to be flights of fancy, but it's in a very modern way.
Hmm.
And that's where I think like that's so I can relate to that much more than I can relate to Singing in the Rain, because Singing in the Rain is a product of its period, just like this is a product of now,
Yeah.
Of this era. That I imagine, like, 20 years from now, so much of this is going to not resonate as well for that audience, in the same way. But yeah, for me, it hit exactly the notes I needed it to hit.
Totally.
And then, like, when it cuts to Emma Stone in the car, and she's talking into her phone. I was like, oh, she's like reading a script. And then she immediately like goes up on the line and cuts, and I'm like, yep, been there. I've done that exact moment. I now know exactly what this kind of movie is.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like, I'm seeing people out there talking, because they were like it was Golden Globe Awards and stuff right beforehand, and people, like, I saw some people super excited about it, and then others saying like, oh, this movie was better. I'm like, yeah, that movie might be better, but that movie is like, La La Land tells a story that everybody in the Academy is going to connect to and like root for and pull for, because it is the struggle of like being an LA person.
Yeah.
So
it's relatable.
Like, it's basically it's not relatable to everybody, and to your point of like, musicals, being dead, like, the movie's still not making tons of money. It's doing well. It's getting great critical buzz, but it's not. I mean, it's like it's
not a blockbuster.
Star Wars has been out for a month and a half now, and it's still beating it in the month or the weekly sales. So compared to something like La La Land, so it's a breath of fresh air in the musical kind of market. But I don't know if I would go so far as to say like, this is going to bring musicals back.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's definitely appealing to a specific type of people, and they're voting on these awards of like,
exactly,
everybody that has. I love the part where in Emma Stone's at the pool party talking with the guy and the writers, like, oh yeah, I'll this, and I think it's really going to be a thing.
There's a lot of heat on me right now.
Yeah.
I'm good at world building. Yeah, I'm like, oh, I want to punch you in the face.
And
but
like,
I know
honestly,
people, I know you.
Yes, exactly. That was the thing of like, that I had in there, like, that was the most real thing I had seen in movies all year, of like, because I have a lot of friends that are in the music industry in LA, so I've gone to like stuff with them, and like, those guys like that are like a dime a dozen of like trying to like entice you of like, oh, look, I'm gonna be like the next big thing. And it's just like the whole Emma Stone of like, I'm gonna go get a drink, and then she goes to the bar, doesn't even get a drink, it's just like a distraction to get out of the conversation, is just like, that was so perfect. And yeah, like, they have dynamic, even going off of that scene when she's like requesting
Iran, yeah.
And he's just like, I hate you so much, like, you're the worst person, but like, I just two of them together so much.
Yeah, no, it's great. Like, that was one of the things that I knew going in. I was like, oh, I really like the things that I've seen the two of them together in. And then walking away from it, I was like, they just need to do everything together.
1,000%.
Like, the two of them just need to, like, they are just a great romantic pairing in films, and not in a way that, like, I mean, they are very much like a Fred Astaire, Rogers of this era, where they can go in and do a whole bunch of different movies, tell a whole bunch of different stories, still largely be themselves, be them in each one, but it's still like they put enough spin into it that it makes it feel fresh and unique each time.
Totally.
And yeah, so yeah, I was like, the thing you posted today of like the BuzzFeed thing of like 18 tweets that like you think of after seeing La La Land. I was like, yep, I've thought pretty much all of those things.
Oh, exactly.
Or some variation of them.
Yeah. Like, with the two of them, like, they have the comedic timing together and they have the romantic chemistry, but they can have the really conversations together, and it all flows really well, and there's not like it doesn't seem forced or anything like that. It just speak to this, that you just vibe with really well and can play off of.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's certainly people. I mean, like, it you can tell by seeing the work they do together that there's like a genuine friendship there and camaraderie, because it is very much like in the same way that I can come in here and have like do these kinds of podcasts and have people on, and it's just constantly like a good flow of like back and forth. It's because like there's a friendship between us. It'll be interesting when I get to a point where it is somebody who I know as well, if I bring them on the show, and it is like I don't know really like your rhythms, your timbre, how we're gonna play off of one another, but they do because they they know that language. In the same way, going back to the kind of funny stuff, like the kind of funny guys well enough to jump right in and make the same kinds of jokes they do, and be there like cracking jokes and getting the ice cream scoops from Nick and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And really kind of play off that in the way that if you don't have that chemistry, you don't necessarily find. And it's certainly like in terms of like seeing it in the Phoenix market, we're a very transient arts community, in that we constantly have people leaving and going to LA or trying to go and make it in New York and stuff. So there are a handful of people you have, and you can kind of you will see them together in a show, and it's like they're going to be good together in a show. But then there's a lot of instances where it's like I'm going to be working with 10 people I've never worked with, and we're just going to hope for the best over the course of the next few weeks. And we'll see where that takes us. But I think with Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling in particular, I think they've got something that they haven't. It's there, and it translates. It reads very well between the two. I mean, even simple stuff like in Lovely Night, Ryan Gosling like kicking dirt on Emma Stone's like foot.
Yeah.
Like just the sense that they share and the looks that they share at one another in that sequence are such playful delight and like rivalry at the same time, that they so many different like layers that you couldn't hit without intimate relationship. Yeah.
I think like my roommate hasn't seen it yet. I have a couple that haven't seen it yet. I'm like, I'll always volunteer.
Yeah. What do you so this was a debate that and we're going to get into spoilers here a little bit, I guess. I'll note it in the description. I want to skip ahead, but Brienne kind of posed a question about the sequence at the end. Like, whose perspective do you think you're in the like the 5 years sequence? Who do you think that from? I had like one take my first time at like watching it with that question in mind. My take changed the second viewing, so I'm curious. It's very much in the like Inception spinning style. Enough there that it's open-ended and they don't specifically spell it out for you, but like I think I've got my interpretation of it. So
I at first, because I saw this happening, and I was like, kind of, when I first saw it, I didn't think that it was coming from anyone. I just thought replay of like narrative,
a nice little fantasy sequence.
Totally.
The audience.
And then when I thought that it was coming from Ryan Gosling's point of view, at the to pay more attention to it the second time, and like I think I've come up on a definitive thing. I think I'm still back at square one of like, I think it could just be like what could have been, because I mean I like stories that are like don't necessarily end with happy endings, of like 100 Days of Summer, like that of like very real life of like are in a relationship for a time and situationally or something, like it just doesn't work out, and it's not bad, it's just life of things happen. It's interesting to look at it from the perspective of like, if it is Emma Stone, she's sitting here watching this interaction happen of her playing through in her brain, like, oh, if things could have things been different if we would have decisions. And the Ryan Gosling point of view, like seeing her end up with a husband, and then imagine like him stories would have played out. The way that the scene plays out of like everything in that section is from her point of view of like you see her going to the coffee shop for it to be from his, like cohesively for that. So that's, I guess, as I'm working through this, down on it being from her point of view.
My first interpretation on it, and like my response when Brienne asked the question, was I saw it as a joint, like a joint interpretation that is brought forth by their song, by that song that plays, and it's like it's both of them having what if on differently from that first like time in the you know tap lead, the piano bar that he just kind of brushes over. You know, what if that hadn't, like, that was, you know, it's so it is very much like what if thing, and so I was like, yeah, I think it's you know look of movies, you're getting both of them are kind of having this sequence while he plays that song or something. And then watching it a second time with the question much more like implanted in my head, and watching it specifically kind of sequence, I lean towards it Mia's perspective, in part for the reasons you said, that everything else we're seeing kind of leading up to it, her perspective in the fight, with the exception like a couple away or something, you got Sebastian having dinner and at the club kind of opening or whatever, but specifically in the sequence, everything, it's basically everything she wants and more. And there's no placating. There, like, only allusion to Sebastian's dream of like going and getting the club is like him dismissing Keith. Like originally have their meet at the jazz. Like he comes up and like they brush him away, and then it's all Mia. So it seems like Mia wanting her cake, or like what's the phrase? Get her cake and eat it too. Where she gets everything that now, and Sebastian as well. Whereas Brienne and I had kind of back and forth about it, and because she, I think at one point, well, what if it's like Sebastian looking and saying, I had kissed her in that, where would everything go from there? And I'm like, yeah, but reading of it, Sebastian giving up on his dream to fully in support of all of Mia's dreams, because everything still plays out as it does for her, more renown, a little bit, you know, more people show up at her party, at her play, and so if there had been a two of and her success in finance, you know, chicken on a not named Sebs anymore, like if they and it is Nick or something like that, me to think, oh, okay, at Seb's club, am seeing it, or what, still his play at, but get those visual clues, or you know, the only thing is him playing jazz in, you know, she's off filming the movie.
But that's still like obviously the sacrifice that he made, like that.
Yeah, so that's where I think the like the visual in that sequence more towards Mia, and like I'm a sucker for like, that heart of like two passive storyline. This has shows that are some of my favorite musicals that have a very similar a couple characters, like they immediately intertwine so nicely, and just for whatever reason life pulls them apart.
Like what?
The last 5 years, which I mean that's more of a it's the last 5 years in one. The two that immediately come.
I haven't seen once yet, but I like the last 5 years.
It's not. I imagine it will be made into at some point, but 500 Days is that kind of two, like, there's great between them, but what life has in store for them. I mean, so that kind of that kind of narrative really like into I'm knowing nothing. I was okay. As soon as like later, I'm like, oh, okay, we're
We
gonna
know what
see
this is doing.
how they're not together anymore and what their lives will be. They're gonna like meet up randomly, like seeing like Seb setting up the club. She got invited to his night, and they're gonna meet each other for the first time. They're friends all these years, like whatever that is. So I knew it was a like not together anymore
Oh yeah, for
kind
sure.
of story, which I like. I love that. It's like it's really resonant, and I think kind of had or going through a situation where you know, like I went through last year, breakup with Kat and I look back as a blessing in disguise because to travel more and get myself out in front of to events and do the do for a career, those directly led in having a foot in the uh, wouldn't have been able to have if we were together and I was having to try and back. Like I be selfish too. Here I am, and when I'm in, be way too selfless. It's weird because I see both Ryan Gosling and Stone in my like I see myself the like trying no just screw whatever, but then also the like art it sucks and things go badly. It doesn't work. But yeah, like that, and I friends recently the same situation. Well, the silver lining of this break is now there's nothing. And I think that's like a example kind of we sacrifice our dreams. They're both good place movie. They're apart, like, the Hollywood ending to have
The two kids, I pick it. These movies, and I like that isn't stories of like the things that people really relate to. I feel like a lot of people have these stories. Great, and it just didn't work out situationally.
I mean,
it doesn't.
Timing just wasn't right.
Yeah, wasn't gonna work.
Life happens.
I do like that they of like for the people that are in that moment of like, what do I do now? Identify this moment that you thought was bad at the time was really the catalyst to get you. Even seeing that changes your of like, who's this? Jump into something to do or.
Yep. Any other thoughts on La La Land? We move on.
Over and over again. Time I feel like once it comes out.
Touch and like actually talking about it a little bit more. You mentioned one of Brienne's like live program things. Garden State is to have on watch. It was an directing when I was at 8. It was like listen to a movie. Just listen. What those sounds are for you. State is one of those movies. I watched it a handful of times to know certain sound cues are coming up. I see it in the screen, so I don't need to watching it. The soundscape is so connected to that movie, the way that is subtle but still resonant. That like after time and then the track playing it on my all the time, and the new soundtrack when I'm lunch or whatever. Like I'm to and I will see a tap dancing sequence. Uh, I'll see them kind of at the bed, and even if it's not like choreography or something, exactly what's going on. Same in like in the planetarium sequence, like listening to that. I know okay, here's where they're going into the. Here's where they're kind of they split around a big pendulum. When they're in the planetarium, here's where and her up, and they start in peace. It's very much the track part in the and connected to the vision that I after a single I would hear a song exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. I will throw that on. I don't need to know exactly based the of
Yeah, I think my top movies so I settle in there.
Alex Alf said, he said that it is a movie for anybody who has ever green. Mm-hmm. Seen it yet. I like after this out his love of and telling stories like not necessarily of the certainly like it's all over the movie. Like I will keep it's that winning like his it's like yes like anybody talk about get other people
like
uh all of it it's the thing in the movie it's the movie is La La Land is you him talking fast it Greg talk is kind of what can win people if you are passionate and breathe excitement and definitely 90 that's the week so, let's wrap with Tower where by with every week for who's going to be questions this week different so I've Trove each of the segments they be talking about that. Let's dive Kyle Steve at Who Dat 3 the great kind of funny thank you from the best worst moment
or like a couple years tell their sisters thing kart ever a 1 year, and next time we just things of childhood, friends with those people, and being adults. Like, used to do, was into like memories of just
This is blue.
because we're responsible adults. We're drinking. I've different strategies of get at the and that kind of ability, like race. That's one of the things.
My happiest off of this nostalgia. Dominate. I would have taken. She moved away, and I had the same. Then husband, like 4 or her birthday years ago. Birthday present and hello on yours. Um, and then just like she's not like us could go and like it was a ton of fun. Like Eric, then my connection with the bulk with that, even though this was at Queso asks
It's really cute pair. Like a lot more. Orange County has it. Really sad.
another David Space. I did. They are. Yeah. Following like his school, like sometime, and then uh, um, bento box in the start, and it day after me like I hate uh little back on of like and
Not
cheese easy to think about. So in the guy it until the last so bunch of marginal that is for for that I might know
you have like any connection Got it.
So until next time, from all of us here at the Trove, treasure your friends.